Good morning, everyone. This is Sugandhi. So I am from Pioneer Business Solution. I'm the co-organizer for this event. I would like to welcome you all on behalf of Pioneer Business Solution for this one-day workshop for AZ900. Yeah, before dive into the workshop, I would like to take few minutes of your time just to give an introduction about us, what we do, what we do. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So this is about our glimpse of L&D services. So we are into end-to-end learning services, either into virtual and instructor lead training and classroom instructor lead trainings. And we will work towards the client expectation. And we do conducted many workshops and open house trainings and workshops and webinars. And we also train more than 1,500 trained and tested trainer with us, and we have excellent training coordination team, and we have trained more than 10,000 participants for across the various cutting edge technologies, so we can support on the across the country with physical and virtual labs. And this is our footprints. We are into corporate training, information technologies, mechanical and civil engineering services, and cloud services and HR services. And this is our different delivery modes. So we do have instructor lead training, so where we will be doing a classroom training, and we do support on virtual instructor lead training, and we have a bunch of modes will be falling under hybrid learning. So either you can choose ILT or VILT plus mentor session e-learning with the cloud labs. So this all the bunch of modes you will be receiving in one hybrid learning. So we do have e-learning. So we will provide e-learning solution, e-learning to the partners and to the clients as per their needs. And this can be customized as per the expectation from the business. So we are having open house session. So this will be very we have delivered many training for open house session, where we will be conducting completely into according to the client. So this can be from the 3 to 5 participants also minimum. We will conduct a open house session. So this also can be customized as per the client expectation, as per the business expectation. So we have a mentor on demand, as we are everyone going through the online trainings and virtual instructor learning trainings, where they will be having lot of confusions and doubts. So where we will be playing a vital role here, where we will be providing the uh, mentor who will be expertised in particular subject matter expert, so they can clarify the doubts. So this will be a mentor on demand only to clarify the doubts, so based on the expectations. Though these all are delivery modes, and this is our offering, so like campus to corporate and competency development training and project consulting and soft skill and behavior development. So we have delivered many we have conducted and taken few projects on project consulting also, and we have taken soft skill and behavior development for programs for the from the fresher level to CEO level. We'll be having different scales and topics as per the needs. Yeah. So about today workshop, we have a Jitu here with us. He's a Microsoft certified trainer, and he's holding a decade of rich experience, and he's expertised in corporate industry and product environment, and he expertised in on-premises cloud technology and Azure DevOps and AWS and many more projects. And he delivered many trainings for various clients. So this is all about today workshop, and we have an upcoming workshop also. Workshop. This is a prerequisite for the upcoming event, that is AZ104 training, that is conducting on 9th to 12th October. So this is about that. So this is just 6,999 per participants. So we'll be having reference discount as well. And for deep discount, you can reach me directly. I will be coordinating with you people. And This is a very minimum price. Our main motto is to reach reach this learning part to all the participants. Yeah. So as I mentioned, this is we are into Microsoft learning partner. So we can we will be able to support you on all the Microsoft related topics like Azure and AWS DevOps. And we will be able to support you on the certifications as well. So you can reach us for the more information. And at last, we are in the last. So this is our clients. We are working from the day in. So we have delivered very many more successful training for this many clients. Yeah. So that's all about today. I would like to hand over to Jitu. Jitu, thank you so much for joining. And I would like to welcome you all once again behalf of Pioneer Business Solution. Thank you all for joining. Jitu, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sugandhi. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I am Jitin Singh Tomar. I will be your instructor for this AZ900 workshop for today. So let me share my screen and let's begin with our content. So basically, this is okay. I'm getting responses in the chat window. Thank you so much, guys. And I request everyone, if you guys have any queries, any concerns, any questions, if you have, please drop it in the chat window. I will surely try to respond on each and every query. And don't worry if something missed out by the end of the session. We will be collecting all the similar questions, like whatever you guys have asked, and then will be sending the reply to each and every person. So don't worry, your questions will be answered. So today here we are for AZ900, okay, which is basically the Microsoft Azure fundamental. This is a course which is basically the foundation level course for your cloud technologies. Okay. Now this cloud is basically trending in market, and almost every organization is now moving towards the cloud itself. Okay. We used to have our own on-premises uh, data centers. We used to have our own facilities. We used to have everything in house itself. But now, when the trend is completely changing, when the requirements are simply reaching the top level, in that particular case, sometimes the on-premises data centers are not completely capable of providing the details or providing the ability to basically work with anything and everything. Okay, I got a question in the chat window that is this session sufficient to crack AZ900 certification? The username is not mentioned, no problem. See, here I will not guarantee you. Okay, the reason why I'm not taking the guarantee, because we all are working people, right? In one day of session, you will be able to grab all the confidence that what exactly AZ900 is. But still, I will ask you to go through the official curriculum once again, so that at least you will be having the confidence of cracking the certification. But overall, in simple terms, yes or no, yes, you should be able to crack it, because we are taking each and every component which is required to run or to work with the AZ900 certification. Okay, so that's the simple answer I can give it to you. Now, here AZ900 is something which doesn't matter if you're from which background you are. Let it be from the simple system admin background, let it be a developer, let it be an architect, let it be a DevOps engineer, whatsoever it is. If you want to stick to the Microsoft environment, and even data science and other AI ML related fields also, if you want to go, if your target is to reach those particular higher levels, AZ900 is the fundamental for it. For all the certifications, see, it is not mandatory to have AZ900 certification, but it is important to know the concepts which are hidden inside AZ900. Okay, so if you are thinking that, okay, I need to go for let's say Azure administration. okay, which is AZ104. Don't worry, I'll talk about these paper codes in a while, so it will be much easier for you to understand what exactly these things are. Okay, but just take a simple assumption that you have to become a simple, let's say a DevOps engineer. Okay, now what is the path for it? Path is first you should go for AZ900. Now, when I say you go for AZ900, that means either you can have the certification or you just have the knowledge of it. Okay. Certification is not mandate over there. So you go with AZ900 knowledge or certification. Then next step will be AZ104, which is our Azure administration. By the way, for you guys, just a quick ahead. On from 9th onwards, we are having 104 training. It's a paid training. Sugandhi already told you about that. So you can go through that if you have time. Okay, so you have to go for the AZ104 certification, and then you can simply reach the AZ400, which is the DevOps. Okay, so you can simply go through that. Now, there is one more twist over here. It's not mandatory to have 104 or the Azure administration certification in the beginning itself. Okay, so these are a few things that you should be knowing about. Slowly we'll come across these paper codes, what these basic codes are and what you exactly have to do. We'll talk about that in a while today. Okay, so this is what exactly we will be doing. Okay, we'll be starting with the AZ900, then we'll be going through some of the theoretical part, because AZ900 is 99% theoretical only. Okay, but I know you guys, I don't want to bore you guys. So simply I will be showing you some of the practicals. Okay, I will be working on some of the practicals so that at least you will be able to understand what exactly Azure is, how exactly you have to deal with it. Okay, now, so one more thing before we can begin. My screen is visible to everyone. Please give a yes or no in the chat window. Perfect. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate, actually. It's Wednesday and you guys are responding very frequently. I really like it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So let's begin with the basics. What exactly this Azure is all about. So basically, when you talk about the Azure certification, there are four categories. See, when the Azure was introduced, at that time, it was just a simple path that you have to cover so and so things. But recently, what Microsoft has done, they have simply categorized all the examinations for you, which is actually pretty intelligent. Okay. So basically, first we have is the fundamentals. Okay. First category is the fundamental. Then the second category is the associate level. Second is the associate level. Third is the expert level. And the fourth one is the specialty level. So these are the four major categories which Microsoft has introduced. Now, each category contains different examinations inside it. Okay, each category contains several exams inside it. Like for fundamental, we have something called as AZ900. Okay, so AZ900 is basically the entire introduction of what Azure is and what cloud is. Okay, this is what we will be doing today also. Okay, so it is all about how the Azure works out, how the cloud works out, and everything like that. Then the next part we have is the associate level, under which we have three more certifications. Okay, so we have the admin level. Then we have the, okay, let me clarify like that. We have the admin level administrator, which is having a paper code of AZ104, which is having the paper code of AZ104. Some people call it as AZ, some people call it as AZ. It is your choice what you want to call. Okay, no problem with that. Next, another examination over here is the developer level. Okay, another exam we have is the developer level. Now, developer has the paper code as AZ204. Okay. Now, before I continue, let me tell you something over here. These exams, AZ900, AZ104, AZ204, these are not at all dependent on each other. They are not at all interdependent. Okay. You can write the AZ900 exam because in most of the organization where people are working on cloud, the clients are basically looking for the certification of at least AZ900, meaning that you have the knowledge, somewhat knowledge on AZ900 or the fundamentals of Azure cloud. Then we have the admin level. Okay, so admin level, it is something like you have the knowledge on cloud, but you don't want to invest your money over there. So you can simply directly you can write the AZ104 exam. It's as simple as that. And if you are from the developer background, you can simply go for the 204 exam in that case. And then finally, we have the AI engine, which is AI 100. So these are the three associate level exams. Then you have the expert level. See, there are so many other things that can be included over here, but I don't want to just waste my time in writing these things only. Okay. In the end, I will be sharing you a complete roadmap of each and every technology from where you can start, where you can go, and then finally you'll be able to understand what these things are. For the expert level, you can either go for the architect level, okay, or simply you can go for the DevOps level. Okay, you can either go for the architect exam or the DevOps exam. Now, architect exam is AZ305. And for DevOps, we have the paper code as AZ400. Okay, now one twist over here. This DevOps examination has a prerequisite of AZ104. Okay, so here if you want to become an Azure DevOps engineer, in that case you should be having the 104 certification. If you have 900 certification, that's fine. If you don't have it, no problem also. Okay, so in both the ways it is gonna work out. And finally, we have the specialty level, that is let's say WVD or AVD actually, Azure Windows Desktop. Okay, so here we have AZ140 exam. And like that, there are two more IoT and Azure SAP workload. So this is the basic workflow, what exactly can be done with the help of Azure certifications. So before you begin, before you start learning anything, decide what your track is gonna be, in which track you want to jump in. I got a question. AZ305, is this compulsory to give 104? Okay. For expert level, you should be having the 104 exam. That's a type of mandatory thing. Okay, you should be having the examination. But for DevOps, one good thing is, if I want, I can directly write the DevOps exam first, and later I can go for 104. At the end, you should be having the two certifications. In architect, it has to be 104 and then only 305. But in DevOps, either you can go for this one and then later on, you can simply go for this one as well. Okay. I got a question from Puneet. Someone who is not from coding background would be able to crack these with proper training or any prerequisite. Okay. It's a very good question, Puneet. Thank you for taking this up. See, in this entire certification series, the developer part and the DevOps part basically require some of the developer related knowledge. Okay. Apart from that, if you go with the AZ900, you go with 104, okay, you go with architect level, the coding things are not at all required. But still, if you want to jump into the DevOps, then I will recommend to go with the basics of 204, or at least learn some of the language, let's say Python or Ruby, okay, which will basically help you out in understanding what the code requires. Okay, you being a DevOps engineer, it's not mandatory that you have to write the entire code, but at least you should be able to understand everything that what's written over there. So it is gonna be a good startup for you. Okay, I got another question for data analyst. Which exam should I prefer? For data analyst, you can start with AZ900. That is gonna be the basic, and then you can simply go for any of the other data related certification, which is DP100, DP200, 201, like that. Okay, DP is basically used for your data scientist and data engineering and all. So there you can simply go ahead and start working on your certification part. Okay, so let's begin with our content. Do you guys have any queries before we begin? If no, please drop a no in the chat window. Okay, cool. Cool. Thank you guys. So let's start with the content. So here today we'll be talking about the AZ900, and this is what we will be starting. Okay, so we'll be starting with the basic of cloud. We'll be starting with what cloud computing is. We'll be talking about what shared responsibility model is. We'll be talking about the cloud models, the consumption, high availability, scalability, reliability. Okay, then we'll be talking about different, you can say several benefits of cloud. And then finally, we'll be talking about the ASPaaS, which is basically the cloud, the type of cloud that you can use for your own organization, for your own interest. Okay, continuing with, we'll be talking about pricing and TCO. This is quite very important thing. See, pricing, we are not going to talk about the price of each and every service which is offered by Azure. It is impossible. At least to cover in one day, it is not at all possible. Reason is very simple, that there are more than 1,000 services which are offered by Azure. Okay, and you can imagine then in that case what exactly can happen. Okay, so that is the reason we are not going to go for that pricing. Then what pricing is this? So assume that your manager asks that, okay, I want to deploy or I want to run 10 virtual machines, let's say in US region with databases inside it. What is going to be the cost? Now, there are two ways to basically deal with this situation. So solution number one, you run 10 virtual machines with databases inside it, take a 1 month's time, and after 1 month, you give the uh, exact amount that how much you have spent. Okay, or how much your management needs to pay. That is first approach, which obviously looks very weird. Obviously, we are not going to go for that. Then the second solution is going to be helpful for us. There's something called as Azure pricing calculator. So as name says, it is basically a calculator only, which will give you the estimated value of what exactly you have to pay to run certain resources in Azure. So it's like without actually running the resources, you will be basically just giving the uh, exact, or not, I'll not say exact, but the estimated value of how much you need to pay to run 10 virtual machines with database inside it in East or in a United States region. So that is going to be the pricing over here, and TCO is one of the most important component, which is total cost of ownership. So we'll be talking about that as well. Then we'll be talking about tags, we'll be talking about regions, availability zones, subscription, identity, cost management, compute, network storage, most important component in any of the cloud technology. We'll be talking about the resource deployment and the monitoring tools. So basically, in this 2 pages of the TOC, you have almost everything which is needed in your AZ900 exam. Okay, this is what we are gonna do over here today. Okay, so let's move forward. Before I before I start with anything, I want to ask you guys, what is your definition on cloud? According to you, what is cloud? I'm giving a minute's time. Please write down your answer in the chat window. Okay, I'm getting great definitions. Storing and accessing the data over the internet, virtual space to store data. Cloud is a container to store large amount of data. Okay, server that is ideally nice. Nice, great. Okay, the virtual desktop storage server, etc. It is elastic, scalable, shared. Okay, privately secured, license across globe. Okay, guys, thank you. I understood now. Perfect. So basically, you know what exactly it is. Okay. Basically, in simple terms, though, if it is not clear to someone, basically in simple terms, when you talk about cloud computing, it is just renting the resources over the internet. Simple. Okay. Now, what exactly it is? Let's break it down. So assume that you have your own laptop in front of you, okay? And let's assume that it is gonna be quite heavy duty laptop, okay? Let's say it is having 32 GB RAM and 2 terabyte of storage, whatsoever it is, just heavy duty configuration you can imagine. Okay, so assume that you are not completely utilizing the entire uh, configuration properly, and you decide to rent these services so that whatever investment you have done, at least somewhat amount should come back to you. Okay, that's how actually the cloud started. In year 2006, Amazon was using the similar approach where their data center was completely not 100% utilized. So what they thought, okay, let's rent these services so that at least whatever they have invested, the billability should be there. Okay, that's how basically the cloud started in year 2006, and AWS became the first platform to get launched with this kind of technology. In year 2010, Azure came up with the similar approach. Okay, and from that particular time, they are just competing with each other. Sometimes people get confusion that okay, or sometimes people get confused that okay, which one is better, Azure or AWS? Do you guys have any idea which one should be used, Azure or AWS, or which one is better? Come on, drop an answer in the chat window. Which one is better, Azure and Azure or AWS? Okay, so okay, it's a mixed answer. Perfect. I got two quite important things over here. Let me read it out for you guys. So someone says it depends. Exactly what I was looking for. Okay. See, it is all dependent on your requirement. Okay. See, both are providing the similar technologies only. Both are providing the similar resources only. Okay. It is really very hard to tell that which one is gonna be having some positive end. Both have their pros and both have their cons as well. Okay, it is totally depends on the requirement. First of all, it is dependent on your requirement, that what exactly your requirement is. Now, if you want to deep dive into it, actually there are several categorizations for it. Okay, so if you want, if your environment is running with more Linux based solutions, Linux based operating systems, generally in that particular condition, people tend to go with AWS. Okay, because here AWS totally works on the command line method. I'm not denying that it doesn't work on Windows. It's not at all like that. But Azure is very much leaning towards the Windows products itself. Okay, it is having its own product, and AWS provides mixed kind of products to you. That is the reason people either go with any of the cloud, let it be AWS or let it be Azure. So the answer is going to be the mixed one over here. Okay. And the same happens in the real time also. Okay. AWS is completely ruling the market. And on the second position, we have Azure. Third position, we have Google Cloud and so on. Okay. So basically, it is all dependent on your requirement, what exactly your requirement is, what components you want inside your environment, what is needed for your production, and all those kind of things are basically you have to meet all the requirements, and then only you can say, okay, this is the cloud on which we have to work. Okay, so there is no direct thumb rule that okay, you have to use only this particular cloud. It is not at all like that. Okay, so soon in future we are planning for Azure, sorry, AWS workshop as well. So possibly you'll be getting the emails for that. You guys can join that as well. Now let's come to our part. Okay, cloud computing can be called a technology through which things like software processing and data storage are outsourced. Okay, so basically here what is happening in cloud computing, whatever things you want, let it be software, let it be processing related, CPU, memory, graphics, whatsoever it is, including your storage, each and everything is getting outsourced. Okay, so you are using someone else's data center to basically meet your requirements, and whatever you are using for that, basically you are paying for it. Simple. Okay. Now, the best part of cloud computing is it just requires a basic internet connection. Okay. At least if you have 2G, 3G internet, nowadays everyone is using 4G or 5G. But even if you have a very minimal internet connectivity, then also it is gonna work out flawlessly. Plus, you should be having a proper up-to-date web browser on your system. Let it be laptop, let it be desktop. Okay. So you will be getting all the features, everything with just two things, which one is the internet, the other one is the web browser. And once you have logged into your cloud portal, the world is yours. You can simply start deploying anything and everything that you like. But remember one thing, cloud is having so many plus points, but it also has the negative points as well. Okay. If you don't understand anything, if you don't know anything, like let's take an example, you know something about a firewall. Okay, and you think that okay, let me try to deploy a firewall in my environment, and it is simply deployable also. I'm not denying that, but you just wanted to test that. So testing should be something like you create it, you do the modifications, and then simply you should delete it. But what you have done, you forgot to delete that particular resource. And you logged out, you went for a vacation, you came back, and you will be getting a huge bill for that. Okay. So cloud is something, if you run something and if it is on a testing basis, it is your duty to basically delete that particular resource, because the moment a particular resource has been created in the backend, it will start the billing. Okay. Doesn't matter how long you run it. You run it for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 hour. So you have to pay for that particular time duration only. That is the beauty of cloud. Okay. So you have to be very much careful with that. Now, basically, when you talk about cloud computing, okay, I got one question. Will the presentation be shared with us? Yes, I will share this with you as a PDF. You guys can go through it, not a problem. Okay. Okay, let's start with another slide, that is cloud computing. So central data center for providing services. Now, basically, when you talk about cloud computing, it is just one centralized data center which is available in a complete remote location. Okay. And you are just utilizing or using those particular services. So simply you can say that, okay, it is a big data center. It is a huge data center, which is available in a complete remote location. Which location? That is also dependent on the vendor that you are using. Okay. AWS and Azure, they have tons of locations around the globe. Okay. Hundreds of data centers are there. And still they are building new data centers. Okay. On regular basis, they are updating their data centers. They are creating new locations. So the number keeps on rising actually. Okay. And it says on demand, scalable, unlimited computation storage. So this line is quite important when you talk about the cloud computing. It says on demand. When you say on demand, basically, if your requirement is to run a 32 GB server, or let's say 64 GB server, or let's say 128 GB server, is my cloud capable of providing these things? So on the go, it should be available for you. Okay. Imagine if you take the on-premises environment, just think of a situation where you should have an application running on a server which requires 128 GB of RAM. Okay. Just assume this scenario. Now, if you're talking about the on-premises, first of all, you should be having the approvals, and you guys are production guys, so you know to take the approval for something like this 128 GB server, how much time it is gonna take. Then it will go, the request will go to the vendor, then vendor will check in the inventory if it is available. If it is not available, they'll again transport it from somewhere. Then the server will be delivered to you. Then you have to attach it. Then you have to run the operating system on that. Then you have to configure it. It is going to take some time. Okay. That's the overall scenario. This time could be, let's say, 1 day, 1 week, anything. So can you wait for 1 week for just a simple deployment? No, right? So in that condition, what will happen is you will have a direct access to whatever you need in the Azure cloud, in any of the cloud computing environment. On demand, it will be available for you. Okay. Now see, it is something like if I want 120, let's say I want 130 GB RAM server. So obviously you'll not be getting the exact value. Plus minus will be there. Let's say you can have instead of 130 GB, it might be giving you 148 GB server, or it will give you 120 GB server. So you have to select that particular range also. Okay. Don't worry if the traffic goes again, we don't have to be worried about, okay, the RAM utilization is going to be more because you have already taken a bigger configuration in that particular case. So that configuration should be taken care properly. Okay, someone is asking, do we need to be careful while choosing the data centers for the cloud services? Okay, another really good question. So it is, see, just take this real-time example. Right now we are in India. Okay. Now here, my client, let's say client is a US based client. So in that case, what cloud vendor says every time, that you should select the resources which is nearest to your client. Okay. It is again not a thumb rule, but it is just a recommendation that wherever your client is available, you should always select that particular location. Okay, that is just the recommendation. So if your client is in US location, in US we have 6 different data centers, which you can select any one of them, not a problem, because the data transmission speed from one data center to another data center, it is lightning fast. Okay, it travels in fiber optic channel, and it is very fast network, which is only traveling between the Microsoft network itself. So the data transmission speed is going to be quite fast between the data centers, but it is recommended that you should have the resources running near to your client. You can run it in India location as well, but there is going to be some latency for your client in that particular case. Next is scalability. This is another component of your cloud environment, scalability. Now, scalability is all about how easily you can scale your environment. Okay. Now assume that this 128 GB server example I have taken. Okay. Now you're running with 128 GB and suddenly you realize that, okay, I am not able to completely utilize or it is underutilized, or you can say it is overutilized and I'm unable to use it properly. And I want to scale it up. I want to increase the size. So should I, if you talk about the on-premises, then again, you have to go through the entire procedure, plug your new server and then configure it, and then basically make sure that the new server is available for your application as well. Again, it is going to be a lengthier procedure. When you talk about scaling in cloud, it is just one single click. Okay. You just have to click the exact size that you want, and it is gonna reboot your machine once. This is, you can say, one of the problem with Azure. When you scale up, or when you scale up or you decrease the size, scale down, then in that case, the virtual machine is gonna reboot once. That is gonna be a planned maintenance, but you will get the exact size that you are looking for. Okay. So it is scalable. It is scalable on demand. I want to scale it to, let's say, from 128 GB, I want to make it 150 or 148 or whatsoever size you want. Simply on the go, it should be available for you within fraction of seconds. Okay. Not even minutes. Obviously, if the server is large, hardly it is going to take at least 1 minute or something like that. But it is going to be within the minutes only. Okay. That's the beauty of cloud. Next is unlimited computation. Unlimited computation in the sense I don't want any upper limit on this is the maximum capacity of my computation for my data center. If you talk about your on-premises data center, yes, there is gonna be a maximum limit that you cannot go beyond this. Your data center can run, let's say, only 5,000 virtual machines. What if I have to run 10,000 VMs or 7,000 VMs? Then what? My hardware will not be capable to manage this kind of load. But in Azure, in the cloud environment, it's not at all like that. If you are able to pay, obviously that is going to be the main game over here. If you are able to pay that much, obviously you can use the unlimited computation techniques over here as well. And the storage. So when you run so many things, obviously, so too much of data, too much of logs will be generated. You might have your own archives. You might have to store your own virtual disks or whatever data you want. Your cloud should be able to provide the unlimited storage as well. Okay, so this is what basically you should be knowing about any of the cloud environment. Now, one question from my side. Assume that you are running your own data center. Okay, it will be having some sort of limit. It will be having its own CPU, memory utilization limits and all. But why don't you call your on-premises data center as the cloud environment? I hope the question is clear. Question is, I'll repeat it once again. Why can't you call your on-premises data center as a cloud environment? cost factors because it's not scalable. Okay, it's not public. Puneet, the cloud computing environment which we are talking, it's not only about public. Okay, so okay, but still it can be considered because it is available only to me and not to others. Okay, just through URL. Okay, nice. So here are a few or 4 points to be exact. Okay, which will basically give you the overview of what characteristics are required for a cloud environment. Okay, one of the most important characteristic is everything is a service, meaning your cloud, your environment, your on-premises environment should be capable of providing everything as a service. Let's say you should be able to provide the backup, you should be able to provide the firewall, you should be able to provide the network, identity management, storage, whatsoever it is, load balancer, firewalls, whatsoever it is, it should be available as a service. If you are able to deliver that, then you can call your data center, your data center as cloud. That is requirement number one. Okay. Next is elasticity in nature. So here it should be elastic. Depending upon the requirement, I should be able to increase or decrease the capabilities of my environment, of my virtual machines. If your environment is allowing, see, there should not be any upper limit. Okay, someone wrote that okay, we do not have the it's not scalable. That's completely correct. Okay, in the on-premises environment, you will not be able to call it as cloud environment because you do not have unlimited computation over there. In every company, cost management is the most important factor. And if you go with unlimited computation, you have to make sure that you keep on adding new servers on regular basis, which will ultimately affect the cost. Okay, so elasticity is also one of the component or the characteristic of a cloud environment. Next is the high availability. Okay, the service level agreement SLA should be given over here as 99.99%. Now, those who are not clear with this kind of SLA, what this SLA is, let me pull out the high availability Wikipedia page. Okay, so if I go to this particular page, I can see a table over here, which basically shows the availability percentage to me. Okay, so basically SLA is something, it's just an agreement which you are signing up with another company that this is gonna be the uptime and the downtime for your application if you use my data center. Okay, in the easiest terms. Now here the availability starts from 90, which has only one 9 in it. Then you have 95% high availability, which has again one 9 only. Then you have 99%, which has two 9s in it. So basically, availability is counted in terms of number of 9s that you are providing. Because based on that only, you are deciding the downtime per year or per quarter or per month or whatsoever it is. Okay. So if you check over here in the 90% of high availability, we are getting the downtime of 36.53 days. Imagine if you sign up with a cloud vendor which provides only 90% of high availability. Means within a year, you should be sitting idle for 36 days. Imagine your management will allow these kind of things? No way. Okay. So if you talk about 99% high availability, so in a year, this is gonna be the downtime. Means in 365 days, 3.65 days, it is gonna be downtime for you. And per day downtime is gonna be 14 minutes. Just to break it more, per day it's gonna be one day it's gonna be 14.40 minutes. Then you have 99.99, 99.939. So in a year, it gives the downtime of 8.77 hours. Now think, just you have added two more nines over here. Okay. And from 36 days, it dropped down to hours. Downtime per day, it is going to be 1.44 minute. And the condition is you should be able to provide four nines. 99.99 means four nines over here. So downtime per year is going to be 52 minutes and per day it is going to be 8.64 seconds. Now think in this particular manner. Okay. So if you are able to provide the high availability and the downtime per day, the allowed downtime per day is gonna be 8.64 seconds. What kind of infrastructure you have to manage? Some big organizations will be able to manage all these things, but new startups or middle level groups might not be able to manage these kind of things. That's why people started moving towards the cloud environment. Okay. And by the way, you can check this out. We have 12 nines also, 11 9 and other stuff is also there. 7 nines and 6 nines and 8 nines and 9 nines and so on. And you can see the time is continuously dropping. Here it was in hours per day, minutes per day, then milliseconds per day. Then you have microseconds per day, then you have nanoseconds per day. If you are able to provide these 12 nines per year, it is gonna be 31.56 microseconds. And per day, it is gonna be 86.4 nanoseconds. These numbers look unbelievable, but this is how it works out. Okay. So you have to understand the SLA agreement that you will be signing with your partner. And if you are able to provide this kind of 4x9 SLA, then you can call your data center as a cloud environment. And finally, we have the unlimited computation. So if your data center, now you can see here, any data center that provides the above four character is a cloud. So if your on-premises data center is able to provide these four components or these four uh, characteristics, then you can call your data center as a cloud environment. Okay. Any queries till this particular point, guys? If you have any questions, please drop it in the chat window. No questions? Okay, cool. What about others? Only one, no. Fine. Okay, someone asked what is the penalty if the SLA is not met? Okay, that totally depends on the agreement that you have signed with uh, the vendor. Okay, generally it is gonna be the entire cost effective, and if the if it keeps repeating, then in that case there are high chances that people switch from one cloud to another or one vendor to another. Okay. Now here basically it is all about what you are signing with your client, the conditions, terms and conditions. You have to read each and everything when you are signing the SLA. But generally, when you talk about the Azure data center, uh, one thing I want to assure you that there won't be any data loss. There might be some latency. It happened, I think, in year 2018. Okay, I might be wrong for the year, but I remembered one thing. In South Brazil, the data center was hit by the lightning storm, and 70% of their data center was actually burnt. The physical data center was burnt. So there was a latency, but there was no data loss. Okay. So Azure or any of the big cloud vendor will basically give you these kind of things where you will not have to suffer any data loss or any latency like that. And for your own information, there is a project called Project Natic. I'll write down Project Natic. This is one of the Microsoft project where they have taken the entire data center and submerged completely it into the water to save your to save your cooling cost. Okay, you guys can search for this Project Natic. And this is basically they have taken the entire data center and submerged into the water. It was under trial for 2 years, I guess, and they found out that there was no water leakage or anything like that, and they were able to uh, save 100% cost on the cooling part for AC and whatever they'll be providing. Basically, uh, or whatever cost was required to cool down these servers which are running inside that particular submerged data center was zero, because it was taking the natural coolant and it was basically doing everything. So like that, they have thought of taking all these servers and putting it into the water in future, which will basically will help us only, because the overall cost will be reduced. When you run a resource inside this kind of data center, the cost will be reduced automatically, because here they are not giving any, uh, we are not paying for the cooling part in that particular case. Okay. It's a very good project. I request you, whenever you have time, please go through it. You will learn something new about this particular part as well. Okay. Now, let's talk about the another part, which is virtualization. Okay. So basically, virtualization technology is something which has completely changed the way how you deal with, how you manage your data center. Earlier, we used to have a different data centers. We used to have different what to say different methods of running multiple operating systems on a simple machine. But in that case, what was happening, we were unable to utilize the 100% capacity of our system. But in the virtualization, now you can see the simple diagram over here, that before virtualization, we were running three different servers for three different applications for mail, web, and legacy apps. And the 70% in each of this diagram was unutilized. But after virtualization, we are able to utilize too much of our server's capacity. Okay, it is just one simple diagram of what virtualization can do with your environment. Okay, but this is the base of your cloud fundamental. Okay, your virtualization is basically you're doing virtualization on each and every level. Okay, you'll be using the Microsoft's own data center. They will be providing you the uh, the type of virtual. Okay, let me ask a question here. Whatever cloud provider let it be AWS or let it be Azure, which type of hypervisor they might be running in the backend? I'm assuming that you guys know about the virtualization, so I have jumped onto this question directly. I'll repeat the question once again. Which type of hypervisor they might be running in the backend? The cloud vendor will be running in the backend. It is going to be the type 1 or type 2. Okay, I got an answer, type 1. Okay, let me start with this question then. Let me start with this question. Okay, don't know virtualization. Okay, okay, no problem. We'll talk about that also. Come on, guys, respond back. Type 2. Okay. Okay, let me talk about this virtualization over here. Okay. So basically, when you talk about the virtualization, it is virtualizing. See, what is virtual? Okay, which is present but not present. Okay, let me break it down. Don't worry about that. So assume that you have your on-premises environment, okay, and you are running several. Let me take another expertise of mine, MS Paint. Okay, so let me start from the beginning. So assume that you have your own hardware. Okay, you have your own hardware over here. Okay, now on this hardware, you want to run operating system. So generally what you do, generally what will be done in that particular case, what you will do simply over here, you will add up an operating system on top of that, right? Okay, this is what you will be doing. So you'll be having your hardware, and then on top of that, you'll be having your operating system. And then on top of that, you will be running your application. On this, you'll be running your application. Why? Okay, so this is your OS. Now, here basically what is happening that you have your own hardware, you have your own operating system, and top of that you are running your application. No problem. Now the scenario changed, and you might have to run different applications. Okay, app 1 and app 2, possibly which might require different operating systems as well. Okay, again, there's a twist now over here. So you'll say, no problem, Jitu, we'll do one thing. We'll purchase another machine, and on the another machine, we will simply go for the another application over here, right? This is what you will be doing. Now here, the problem is you can do that. I'm not denying that it cannot be done. It can be done easily, but just think of it. Again, you have purchased another hardware over here. So to overcome this kind of thing, what we have done in past, that we came up with something called as dual boot machines. Okay, I'm not sure how many of you have worked on it, but it was pretty cool in my time. Okay, so ultimately what happened, we had our own hardware. Okay, now on this hardware, what I have done, I have installed my operating system. Okay, and on top of this operating system, what I did basically, I've installed a tool. Okay, I've installed a tool over here. This tool is basically called as hypervisor tool. Okay, hypervisor tool. Now, what is this hypervisor tool? Basically, this hypervisor tool will allow me to run multiple operating systems at the same time. So with the help of this hypervisor tool, what I got in the end, now I am able to run two operating systems over here. So OS 1, let's say, and OS 2. I'm not defining, see, nowhere I'm defining it should be Windows or Linux or whatsoever it is. Okay, so it could be anything. Here in the back over here, it could be Linux or Windows. This could be Windows or Linux. This could be Windows or Linux. Okay, it is totally dependent on your requirement. So this is the basic capability of your hypervisor tool. Now, this is not over. This is one type of hypervisor tool The type is basically called over here as type 2. This type of hypervisor is called as type 2 hypervisor, or also known as guest based hypervisor. Guest based or operating system based hypervisor. Why it is called like that? Because it requires an operating system to basically deal with everything. So first you have your bare metal machine. On top of that, you will install an operating system. On top of that, you will install the hypervisor tool. And then inside the hypervisor tool, you'll be installing the operating systems inside it. This type is basically called as type 2 hypervisor. Now, another type we have over here, basically, which is something like this. So you'll be having the hardware over here. And just on top of the hardware itself, you will be installing the hypervisor tool directly. And this type is basically called as type 1 hypervisor. This is basically called as type 1 hypervisor. Now here, what generally happens now, you'll be thinking, Jitu, how is it possible that directly on the hardware we are installing the hypervisor and we are dealing with it? So don't worry, this hypervisor that you are installing on top of your hardware will itself act as an operating system. Okay, so that is what basically it is. And here type 1 is basically called as bare metal hypervisor. Okay, bare metal hypervisor. So basically on top of, okay, I got it. Fine. So here, basically what is happening on the top of the hardware itself, you are installing the hypervisor and then directly running the operating system. Now you're thinking, Jitu, which one is faster? Which one is better? Which one to be utilized? Then in that case, my answer will be type 1 is going to be the faster for you. So if you are running your own data center, if you are running your own on-premises data center, in that particular case, type 1 is mostly required. And if you want to perform some practicals on your local machine, you want to test out something, you want to work with any, or you want to test out any other operating system, then in that case, type 2 is going to be better option for you. To make it simple, I'll write down the type 1 examples. Okay, so when you talk about the type 1 example, we have Microsoft Hyper-V. Then we have VMware ESXi. Then we have Citrix Zen servers. Okay, like that there are so many, but these are the commonly used hypervisor, type 1 hypervisors. And then finally we have the type 2 hypervisors in the list. Okay, we have let's say Microsoft Hyper-V. Okay, then we have Oracle VirtualBox. Then we have VMware Workstation. Okay, we have Linux KVM and so on. Okay, so if you can notice one thing, that Microsoft Hyper-V is the only hypervisor which comes under both the categories, type 1 and type 2. Okay, so Oracle VirtualBox, VMware Workstation, KVM, and Hyper-V, it is something which can be directly installed on top of your operating system, and then you can simply deal with it. Okay, in Windows 10 Enterprise and Windows 11, by default, Hyper-V is available. Means after Windows 8.1, I guess it is available. You have to just enable it. You have to restart your machine, and Hyper-V will be available. Otherwise, these two you have to install manually. Oracle VirtualBox is free. VMware Workstation is required with a license. So if you have a license, then you can go with VMware Workstation. I have installed this Oracle VB VirtualBox on my machine over here. You can see. So I have three virtual machines, Linux-based virtual machines inside my Windows 11. Okay, Docker Master, Docker Clone, and Minikube. These are the three virtual machines which I created for my Docker trainings, which I use very frequently. So basically, this is how it works out. Okay, now I hope the virtualization hypervisor tools, these things are clear to everyone. The same thing happens over here as well. You're using the data center of Microsoft and basically deploying anything and everything on that particular data center itself. Okay, so how it basically works out, you will be having the tools with which you can connect to the data center, and then basically you can deal with those particular tools directly. Okay, now when I talk about the tools, Azure provides several tools like REST APIs are there, Azure CLI is there, PowerShell and Portal is there. Portal is nothing but this web portal on which you can directly connect and you can start deploying your own resources. But obviously something called a subscription should be there for you. Okay, someone asked, can you again tell the about the type 1, how they work? See, Type 1 hypervisors. Type 1 hypervisors are basically the hypervisors which are installed on bare metal machine. The naked machine will be there. Naked machine in the sense there's nothing on top of that particular machine itself. Means the physical machine which got just now delivered and it has no operating system on that. Okay, obviously it will be having, if you're talking about its own built-in operating system or something like that, it will be having its own management console. So from there, you need to install the hypervisor tool like ESXi and all. You can download from VMware website and then simply you can install that. How you install an operating system. Okay. Then once it is installed, it is not very difficult. It is quite simple only. Okay, you have to just go through some of the configuration tools configurations properly and it will be up and running in 5 to 10 minutes. Once it is installed, then what you can do is you can run multiple operating systems on top of this directly, or you can connect with any of the another utility, let's say VMware vCenter. You can connect with VMware vCenter, and then basically on top of that you can run the operating system. But ultimately, if you look at the backend, in the backend, on the hypervisor, you'll be having one Linux machine or one more Linux machine, or let's say another Windows machine. And this is how basically it works out. Now, if the operating system needs to communicate directly, it will connect with your hypervisor tool itself. And then your hypervisor tool will connect with your hardware and then it will pass the instructions. On the other hand, in type 2, what is happening? Your OS is communicating with hypervisor tool. Your hypervisor tool is communicating with your OS, and then your OS is basically connecting with your hardware to pass the instructions. This takes some time. Okay, that is the reason I told you in your data center, you should be running your type 1 because it is much faster than the type 2. The processing is much faster, the performance is better. Okay, so in these particular situations, type 1 is gonna be quite useful for you. Am I clear now? Cool. Thank you. Okay, so let's come back. Now, here, these are the tools which will help you out in connecting with your cloud and then performing the job. One method I told you over here, okay, you can connect directly, you can check on the web browser, click here and there, and simply, like if I want to run a virtual machine, I clicked here and simply click on create and I'll start deploying my own VM. That's one way. One more way, which I have already logged in over here, is this particular manner. Okay, the PowerShell way. In PowerShell, what I have already done, because not for this particular workshop, I use this approach for every other workshop and webinar and sessions. So my modules are already installed. So what you need to do is you need to take either PowerShell version 5 or PowerShell version 7 and install. First of all, uh, how will you identify which version of PowerShell you are using? So you can use the command called $ps version table. You can use this particular command to identify to find out which operating system, which PowerShell version you are using. So you can see here I am using PowerShell version 7. If you open Windows R, type PowerShell, it will open the default prompt like this, $ps version table. And you can see here I am running with two PowerShell versions. One is 5.1, the other one is 7.3.7. Okay, ultimately one PowerShell version should be there. Okay, no need to have both of them on your own machine. I play with both of them because I'm a PowerShell trainer as well. So that is why I have two versions on my system. But there is one thing which should be there on your system, and that is the module, the Azure module. To install Azure module, you have a command called install-module, and the name of the module is AZ. Okay, hyphen force. That's the command you have to run on your PowerShell as an administrator. Remember that you should be having the local admin privileges basically to uh, run this particular command. Otherwise, if you run it without administrator, it will throw an error. Okay, so you have to make sure that you are running this particular command as administrator on PowerShell. Okay, and once you run it, you'll be able to install the modules, all the modules. So when I say modules will be installed, so technically speaking, it will install nearly 5,000 PowerShell based commands. Okay, which will be helpful for you in dealing with anything and everything that you want to work with on Azure. Okay, so once it is installed, now you can use the command here called connect AZ account. And once you have connected, then you'll be getting these details over here. Okay, and right now, if I go for another command called get hyphen AZVM, the output is gonna be nothing as of now because there are no virtual machines. But today, once we start performing the practical, I'll show you how basically this works out and how again we can connect and we can find out there will be a name available over here. Okay, but it is not gonna give an error. At least this is what I'm expecting. Okay, there are no VMs. You can see here that is the reason. No errors over here. So this is the another way to connect with your Azure account and then simply deal with whatever you want. So these are the two different ways. And there is one more way I have written here, Cloud Shell. So you can see here, there's this PowerShell type icon over here. When you click on it, this will, you can see here, it says you have no storage mounted. Now what this Cloud Shell is, the Azure Shell is. Azure Shell is another way of connecting with your Azure cloud in a command line way. Okay. Now, possibly someone in this session, they are from PowerShell background. Possibly someone will be from, let's say, Linux background. So the PowerShell guy, the Windows guy will be able to write a PowerShell script. And the Linux guy will be able to write the Bash script. So what now? Bash guys will not be able to work here anymore? No, it's not the concept. What Azure Shell will do for you, that it will give you the console to write your bash scripts. Depending upon what exactly you want, you'll be able to write your bash scripts. Either if you're a Linux guy, you'll be able to write it in the bash format. And if you're a Windows guy, you'll be able to pass the commands in the Windows PowerShell way. So this Cloud Shell basically requires a storage. Once it is created in the backend, I've created just now. Okay. Once it is created, you can see here requesting the cloud shell. So it is going to take few minutes maybe. Let's just wait for it. For this is getting deployed for the first time. That is the reason it is bit time consuming. Otherwise, it is going to be very frequent from the next time. And there we go. Now my cloud shell is up and running properly. So if you look over here on the left top corner over here, it says PowerShell. The next is connecting terminal. Welcome to Azure Cloud Shell. Type AZ for CLI commands. Type L to learn Cloud Shell, verbose, blah, blah, blah. And then it says PS home Jitendra. So it has automatically taken uh, my login name, and from there it has created a login home for me. This is for the console. This is the console for the Windows related guys. Now, Linux guys, don't feel bad. If you click here on PowerShell, and then you can see there's something called as bash return over here. Click on that bash, and then you can see switch to bash in Cloud Shell, confirm. And it's gonna reload once again. And there we go. Now I can write my bash based scripts to work with my Azure cloud. That is the beauty of Azure. Now, I'm not saying AWS doesn't provide it, but this is a Azure AZ900 fundamental. So let's focus only on that as of now. Okay, so either you are a Linux guy or you're a Windows guy. In both the ways, you will be able to write down your own scripts. When you don't need this anymore, you can simply cancel it and you are done. You need it again, you just click on it and you can see there it is. So it is all on demand, on the go. You can simply deal with it. Whatever you want, you can simply start working on all these things over here. That's the beauty. That's how you can connect your portal with these particular tools. Now, next is why cloud computing is better option. I think we have discussed too much about it as of now, and you might have understood that, okay, what exactly it is, but still there are a few things that we should be talking about. Highly scalable and flexible. So practically, I'll show you that how you can uh, scale up within fraction of seconds and how you can deal with all these things. Okay, but remember one thing, that if you scale up, if you increase the capacity of your virtual machine, currently you are running with 16 GB RAM and you made it 32 GB. So from the time it gives you the prompt, okay, it is successfully resized, from that particular time, then you have to pay for 32 GB RAM system. Okay, it is not gonna be okay. You started with the 16 GB and you upgraded later on, but still you are paying for 16 GB. That is not gonna be the case. If you increase the size, you have to pay for it. If you decrease the size, obviously the amount will be reduced for you. Okay, but as many times you try to resize it, in that particular case, the machine will be rebooted. Once it will be rebooted, that is for sure. Now, low cost solution. Thinking, okay, why we have to jump onto the cloud? Cloud is actually quite low cost solution for you. The reason is very simple. Reason is, imagine when you talk about your on-premises environment. When you talk about on-premises, think of the complete basic level. You need a room to keep your server storage and everything. You need the networking cables. You need the routers, switches. Okay. Then you need the proper devices. You need physical server, physical storage. Also the license for them. Correct. Then the operating systems. Now in the production we cannot go with the cracked version or ISO downloaded from torrent. We cannot run those things, right? So you should be having license for each and everything. And this is what you don't have to go through in the cloud environment. You have to pay for it. I'm not denying that you don't have to pay, but the overall amount will be completely managed in such a way that the entire amount looks very less. Let me take a simple example. In cloud, if I run a virtual machine, let me show you. I'm not going to talk over here. I will show you so that you'll be having a proper idea that what exactly we are talking. Okay. So I told you in the beginning itself, I'm going to make it practical and theory, both the approaches, so that you'll be able to understand that what exactly it is. AZ900 is mostly theoretical based examination only, but for 5 hours, I don't want to bombard only theory on you guys. Okay. So that is the reason I'm taking a bit of practicals as well. Now here, what resource group is, ignore it for now. Okay. Just ignore everything for now. That is not our concept as of now. I am just telling you that what exactly can be done. So test VM01, some name I have given here. Let's talk about East US location. My machine is gonna be Windows server, and I will give a username and password over here. And that's it. Don't worry, ignore whatever I have done just now. Ignore everything, because I will be telling each and everything practically once we have reached to that particular point. But currently, we are talking about the pricing part over here. Check this out. I created a virtual machine over here, and this virtual machine is going to cost me 3.26 or 3.3 rupees. It is in INR per hour. Okay, it is in INR per hour. Meaning, if I run this particular virtual machine, if I click on this create button over here, the moment the virtual machine got created up and running, from that particular time, my VM will be charged this much amount per hour basis. Now, what is included in this entire 3.3 rupees over here? If you're thinking about that, so let's start from the beginning. Okay, I don't care it is using type 1 or type 2. Obviously, it is using type 1, but I don't care. Okay, that is first thing. So that type 1 cost you don't have to pay. Then the data transfer cost. This is the cost which again you don't have to pay. I'm talking about you don't have to pay in the sense it is all included over here in this 3.3 rupees. Additionally, you don't have to pay anything. Okay, so we are talking about what these 3.3 rupees basically includes over here. So it includes your hypervisor cost, it includes your data transfer cost, it includes your OS license cost. Cloud will not give you some cracked version or 30 days license, 30 days, what is that? 30 days simple version. Okay, where after that you have to again simply, yeah, trial version. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I was missing, I was losing the words. I was unable to recall that. Thank you very much. So you don't have to pay for that trial version. You don't have to deal with that trial version anymore. But remember one thing, it's a small secret. If you bring your own license also, you'll be getting a straight away discount of 49%. So this is the license which is given by the Microsoft to you. But what if you're running your own license, if you're having your own license key, then in that case, what will be done? So even you can bring your own license, you can attach it over here, and it will give you a straight away discount of 49% directly. Okay, then you don't have to pay the admin cost, the network admin, the storage admin, the OS admin cost. You don't have to pay for that. So all these costs are basically included in this 3.3 rupees per hour. That is what is happening over here. And if you're thinking, Jitu, how much or what is the configuration of this virtual machine? So I went really very fast, but just to be sure, this one. I have the size over here. Size is basically the configuration. I have the configuration of 2 vCPUs and 4 GB RAM. Obviously, I can increase it also. 2 vCPUs, 8 GB, and 8 vCPUs, 32 GB, 4 vCPUs, 16 GB. I can select any of the details over here. But depending upon these values, my overall amount will be either increased or decreased. Okay, you can see here now, because I've changed the configuration, this is gonna be 15.08 per hour. It is all dependent on what configuration you have to select. You have to be very, very, very careful in order to deal with these kind of things. Okay, so this is the reason why it is a low cost solution. And believe me, even if you are thinking, Jitu, this 15 rupees looks quite big, it's a huge amount. Believe me, in the long term, it is gonna be very useful for you. Okay, so we spoke about something called as TCO, total cost of ownership. Okay, TCO calculator will help you. We will talk about that in a while. Okay, TCO will help you out in understanding the cost comparison between your on-premises environment and once you move to the cloud, how much you have to pay over there. Okay. Generally, when the production environment thinks that, okay, I have to move from on-premises to cloud, generally their main question will be, okay, what is in the terms of cost, what is going to be our benefit? So TCO, total cost of ownership, will basically help you out in getting the estimated value and the projected value, which is going to be helpful for you in the long term. Okay. TCO won't give you the exact amount. TCO will not give you the exact details for 1 year or 2 years. Generally, the comparison happens over here for 5 years. In 5 years, how much you'll be able to save if you move to cloud environment. That is what TCO is gonna do. Okay, so we'll talk about that. We'll configure each and everything once the proper time comes. Today only we'll do that. Don't worry about it. I've planned it for you, so we'll be playing around with each and everything that we see here. Next, faster and secure. So Azure or any of the cloud environment is quite faster in nature. Okay, because when you talk about the data center, see, Azure data centers are available globally. Okay, it is having, if I talk about, there's a slide over here, but still Azure global footprint. If you search for this particular, there was a map. These Microsoft guys, they keep on changing the. Okay, I have another way. Images. Let's say, let's take this one. There it is. Check this out, please. So all these things you can see here, it might be an old image. I'm not really sure about it, but I just want to show you that how basically the global footprints look like. Okay, so wherever these green dots are there, it says generally available, means these are established data centers which are available for you to run any of the resources that you like. And then this blue triangle is there that says basically coming soon. So in future, it is gonna be available in that particular, like you can see here, US Gov Arizona, US Gov Texas. US Gov is basically for the US government. Okay. Then France Central, France South. So these are the 4 data centers. There might be more, but this could be an old documentation. Okay, but this is how basically it looks like. They keep on creating multiple data centers globally, okay, which makes them really very fast. Okay, because all these data centers are connected via very fast transmission cables. Okay, and this it is very secure as well. Security over here, the transmission speed over here is gonna be very top notch. So basically, that is the reason it is very fast. When you talk about the security level, secure clouds are cloud companies or cloud computing infrastructures. These are actually very, very, very secure. The data which is getting saved in the data center in the storage, that is also very fast. That is also very encrypted. The data which is in transition, if you're trying to access something, okay, if you have uploaded a file in your Azure storage account and you basically want to download that particular file, so the data which is kept in the storage account, that is also encrypted. And when you download that particular file, the downloading happens also in the encrypted format. Once it reaches your environment, then it will be decrypted and then only you'll be able to use it. So the security is also again on the very top level. So here someone asked a question that so if we are targeting to India, then we have to select the India data center to make it faster. Is it true? See, it is not what you want. I think you might have joined late. We already discussed about this once in the beginning. It is all dependent on your client's location. Okay. See, ultimately, the client is going to access the application. And the client is, if the client is available in the United States, then you go for the US locations. If the client is available in the India location, you go for the US location. If you are sorry, if the client is in India location, you create the resource in the India location. Then if you yourself want to use a resource and you want to use it and you are in the India location, then you can use any of the three. Here, three locations are there: West India, Central India, and South India. You can use any of the location which you want in the India region. This is a recommendation. It's not a thumb rule that I cannot create anything in the United States location or let's say in the South Brazil location. It's not at all like that. I can create anywhere and everywhere where I want, but to get the maximum out of it, then in that case, we need to have uh, the resources available nearest to our client. Okay. Global access. So globally it is available. And also one more beautiful thing about cloud, specifically Azure. Assume that, okay, let me take a simple example. Okay. Let's take the example of Friday. On Friday, you guys, uh, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, 3 days continuously we had leaves, right? In that case, Friday evening, most of us will be in the complete weekend mode, and 3 days it's a long holiday, so people generally go in that particular holiday mode, right? In that condition, what generally happens? People sometimes forget to shut down the machines or close the connections or whatsoever it is. Assume that you're working on virtual machines and you might forgot to turn off the virtual machines. And again, 3 days long weekend. After that, you went on you went to Tuesday, you opened your machine, you found out that okay, my virtual machines are still running. So for those 3 days, unnecessarily you paid. Okay. You can say, okay, Jitu, no problem. We can simply log in with our laptop once again, and we could have simply turned it off. Or once you reach home on Friday evening, you'll suddenly realize, okay, I forgot to turn off the virtual machines. But the problem is sometimes that the environment will not be available with your local network. Okay, you might have to connect via VPN. And sometimes even I know very well that people will not open their laptop on Friday. They'll say, okay, leave it, no problem. I'm not gonna log in again. That's the company's headache. Company needs to pay for that. Okay. So this is reality. This happens sometimes. Not every time, not everyone will be doing that, but sometimes this happens. But the beauty of cloud is that it will provide the application for your Android and iOS also. I can go to Apple Store, I can go to Google Play Store, and I can download the Azure app. Just authorize it once, and you're good to the entire world will be now in your hand. From your app itself, you will be able to do anything and everything that you want. Let it be powering of the VM. See, not everything can be done on the app. There are limitations. They don't want anyone to misuse this particular feature, but still, if in case you have to do something like this, you have to turn off the VM. You don't have to log in again. Just open it in your app and start accessing the VM. Just power it off and you're good to go with it. So globally accessible, and the accessibility is quite easy for these cloud environments. Obviously, there will be multiple uh, restriction will be there. MFAs will be there. MFA is basically multi-factor authentication will be there. You need to deal with all those things, obviously, but in just in case, you should be knowing that yes, there is a approach where you can simply use your mobile itself to deal with anything and everything. Next is productive. So basically, when you have these kind of easiness in your work, when you don't have to deal with these kind of critical things, then in that case, obviously it becomes more productive. Hybrid. Now, hybrid is something which is quite important when you want to save in terms of your like data saving is there, or you want to protect your data or your databases or whatsoever it is. I dealt with one of the client where they told me very strictly that G2, the database will be there in the on-premises. Rest of the things can be uploaded on cloud. We don't have any problem. Now here we are talking about two different connectivities. We are talking about on-premises connectivity with the cloud connectivity. So even the Azure cloud provides these kind of hybrid connections as well, where you can have some of the data in your on-premises. The other data can be moved to the cloud environment, because sometimes the client will have the concern that okay, I don't want uh, to upload everything on cloud. Okay, so even these things can be done. Next is the intelligent. Now, how a cloud infrastructure can be intelligent according to you guys? Any suggestions? How a cloud computing environment could be intelligent? Upscaling. Okay, any other answers? Okay, load balancing. Okay, acceptable. In DB side, it performs indexing automatic scaling based on threshold monitoring, more reliable. Okay, so whatever answers you have, you guys can see in the chat window, each and every answer can be put into this particular single concept of intelligence. Okay, cloud is quite intelligent based on the work that you are doing, based on the resources that you are using, based on the resources that you have created, based on the type of environment that you're using, based on the type of security that you have provided, based on the type of what do you say, the incoming traffic. Based on each and every aspect, your cloud can identify, your cloud can basically deal with it. Let me take a simple example over here of, let's say, Flipkart or Amazon. I'm not endorsing them, but the work they are doing, it is quite pretty good. Okay, so generally you might have come across this big billion sale and all those kind of sales. Initially, for the very first time when this big billion sale came, it started at 8 o'clock and all the servers died at 8:20. I was using that and I felt it that now the sites are not working. Why? Because there was a bottleneck situation. The servers which were available initially were not completely capable of managing that kind of heavy load. Day-to-day work, they were able to manage it properly. There was no problem. Let me take a simple example over here. So assume on day-to-day basis, they were working on two servers. Okay. Obviously, I'm not gonna invest too much of time in drawing all these things, but assume that you have this server one and then you have server two available over here. And this is the regular day situation. So regularly you get the regular traffic like this. And your servers are able to manage this kind of they are able to handle this kind of traffic. Then big billion sale came and the number of traffic increased rapidly. Okay, maybe double, triple, maybe 10 times, 20 times, whatsoever it is. Now these things were unable to, these servers were unable to manage this kind of heavy workload and suddenly they died. Let's take these servers and now put it into the cloud environment. Okay, let's take the same example and then put it into cloud environment and see what exactly happens over here. So if you take the same server, okay, inside the cloud and put it under a component called as VMSS. VMSS basically stands for Virtual Machine Scale Set. VMSS. VMSS will basically ensure that if the traffic is regular, okay, if it is a regular traffic, so you have to configure VMSS. Minimum these many number of servers I want, maximum these many servers I want. So each and everything you have to configure one by one. But this is only one-time configuration and then you leave it. If the traffic is regular, no problem, my servers will be running properly, no issues with that. But suddenly, if any incoming traffic increased over here, or big billion sale is there because of that traffic increased rapidly, maybe 20 times, 100 times, whatsoever it is. What the VMSS is gonna do over here, it will spin more servers in the backend. Obviously, they all will be managed with a load balancer over here. Okay. These all traffic will basically connect to your single load balancer, and the load balancer will be connected with these virtual machines, which will be balancing the load, which will be transferring the load to all the VMs as per requirement. So if the number of if the traffic increases, then in that case, VMSS is gonna increase the number of virtual machines. Now you might think, okay, Jitu, what if it keeps on increasing the number of VMs? So the solution is also given in the VMSS configuration only, which you are doing in the beginning itself. When you initially configure VMSS, at that time you tell minimum, this is the requirement, maximum, this is the requirement. Minimum 2 I can give, maximum 20 I can provide. And how they have to increase also. Like 1 at a time should be created, 2 at a time, 3 at a time, 5 at a time. Those things can be configured in the beginning phase itself, and then based on that, the number of virtual machines will be increasing. Then you'll say, Jitu, what if the load decreases? Still, I have to, because if I have drawn here 8 virtual machines, so I have to pay for 8 VMs at that particular time. Now, load decreased. In that case, what, Jitu? If the load decreased over here, then in that case, what will happen? So if the load decreased, automatically VMSS will be able to identify that and it will remove all the unnecessary VMs and it will be back to the normal stage. Again, if the load increase, again it will keep on increasing the number of VMs in the backend. This is what VMSS is capable of. The similar concept, the exact similar concept in AWS is called as auto scaling. In the same concept in Azure, we call it as virtual machine scale set. Okay, So it is all about what exactly you want. It is all about how you have to deal with it. Okay. But we have the options available over here. And this all is happening in a very intentional way. Intelligently, your cloud is detecting each and everything. Now, another example of intelligence over here. Now, assume that you have created a database or you have created Active Directory in a Windows virtual machine. According to you, the disk encryption should happen, right? You should encrypt that particular disk of the operating system as well. Now, assume that you forgot to encrypt the disk while creating the virtual machine on. You forgot about it. Now what you do? You forgot about it, and later on also you don't realize that, okay, I have to encrypt also. So Azure will basically find out this particular problem. I'm taking only one of the scenario over here of disk encryption. Like that, there could be multiple or thousand ways that can be detected automatically by Azure. This encryption is one of the expect over here. So here, what will happen? The Azure will identify that there is a problem with the disk. It is not encrypted. It will give a prompt to you. And then based on that, you can simply deal with these kind of things. You have not installed antivirus. You have not encrypted the disk. And like that, there might be different solutions. So Azure Cloud will find out each and every problem in your infrastructure, and it will basically prompt you. It is not going to forcefully do that for you. If intentionally you left the encryption intentionally, if you don't want to do that particular thing, that's fine. You can acknowledge that it won't be prompted anymore. But its job is to basically make sure that the user is aware of these kind of scenarios as well. Okay. Now, so these are the several reasons why you should be jumping onto cloud from your on-premises. Okay. So do we have any questions, guys? If you have any questions, please drop it in the chat window. Okay, I got a question. So in auto scaling, you mean to say in terms of virtual machine scale set? What is the impact on pricing if the max? Yes. In pricing, if max CPU set 10, and if we are using two CPUs as of now, then whether 8 will get removed and cost will decrease or not. CPU selected 20. Okay, in that case, what will happen is that you will be able to see when you configure the VMSs, then in that case, you configure what is the threshold value. Your configuration will be whatever configuration you have done, it will be monitored. If it reaches that particular value and it stays there for, let's say, 5 minutes or something like that, then in that case, it will increase the number of servers. Okay, with whatever configuration you have provided. In your case, it is currently you're using two CPUs. That 10 CPUs also, it depends on how you have configured your configuration. If it is one CPU at a time, means one virtual machine with one CPU at a time, or one virtual machine with two vCPUs at a time. So based on that, it will keep on increasing up to 10. And once it finds out that, okay, I'm running at the highest level and now the traffic is not reaching to that particular level, it keeps decreasing. So assume that the entire 10 CPUs were utilized for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, let's say 1 hour. So you have to pay for 10 vCPUs for 1 hour. And then after 1 hour, it came down to again, let's say 8 CPUs or let's say 6 CPUs. Then you have to pay after 1 hour, you have to pay for 6 CPUs. Again, it increased. Let's say it goes back to 8 CPUs in that case. So after 1.5 hours, again, you have to pay for you have to pay for 8 CPUs in that case. So how many CPUs you are using, only for that you have to pay, irrespective what you have configured. That's the beauty. If you're not using it, you don't have to pay for it. Once it is utilized, then in that case, you will be paying for it. And this is not with Scalability. It is with every component in cloud. I'll take a simple example of Azure storage account. In storage account, you can create a file share, an NFS based folder, you can say. A file share is an NFS based folder. A maximum capacity of a file share is 5 terabyte. Do I have to pay do I have to pay for 5 TB just to keep one MP3 file in that? No. If you are using in that 5 terabyte, if you are using only 100 MB, you will pay for 100 MB. If you are using 1 GB, you pay for 1 GB. If you are using 1 TB, you pay for 1 TB, irrespective what is the maximum limit you have. So that is the beauty of cloud. You pay for only what you use. Okay. I hope I'm clear. Another question. Load balancer will divert the traffic load to different servers, but when the traffic start decreasing, I guess load balancer will start decreasing traffic from all the servers, not particularly from one server. Yes, exactly. The load balancer will see load balancer, how you have configured, even that matters. Okay, it is configured on the level of the weight. Let's say I have 3 servers, I've given 33%. Okay, or it is round robin or whatsoever algorithm or whatsoever mechanism you have taken, that particular will be followed properly, and ultimately all the servers will get the proper traffic only. It is not going to be like, it is not going to be with one server will be getting 90% of the utilization, the other one will be sitting idle. It's not at all like that. Okay, so here it is all balanced by the load balancer itself, and load balancer will make sure that all the virtual machines which are connected to your VMSS or directly the load balancer will be getting the optimal traffic. That will be done by the load balancer itself. You don't have to worry about that. Next question, do we have anything like in free tier in Azure? May you have covered. Okay, no problem, Puneet. See, we have a concept called as free trial in Azure, but the problem here is, see, what you have to do is in that particular, it's not a problem actually. See, what you have to do is you create your account. Okay, how to create account? My team will be sharing after the session will be over. You'll be getting the entire session URL. Okay, video recorded URL, the data which I'll be sharing with you, everything you'll be getting over your emails with which you have connected. Obviously, till the end, I need your I need your presence. Then only it will be shared with the people with maximum availability. It's not like you have logged in and logged out and still you'll be getting the detail. So attendance will be taken based on the maximum. We'll be sharing the details. That will have step-by-step guides also. Task will be there. Okay, step-by-step guide in the sense how to create account, how to create a virtual machine, how to create a storage account, how to create a VM, how to create an user, how to create multiple users. I have created task for each and everything and the step-by-step guide also. That will be given to you guys. Don't worry about that. So here, when you talk about creating the account, so account creation can be done in Azure. It's a very simple step. You go to Google, type create Azure free account, and you'll be getting the free button, free create button. Click on that and start following the procedure. The main problem here is it is going to ask you for your credit card. Okay, or debit. Debit card should be there, but it should be Master or Visa. RuPay card will not be supported, but generally it will be going for the credit card. With this credit card, your some amount will be deducted. It is gonna be a very huge amount. That amount is 2 rupees. Just for the authentication, 2 rupees will be deducted from your account, and that too it will be refunded. Microsoft will give you a call that, okay, why you have created the account. Just tell them I want to explore your account, explore your platform. So only I created this, and they will refund your amount. If you tell that, okay, I am doing some training or something, possibly you might not get it. I faced this practically. I told them by mistake that I am taking a training on it, so they didn't return the ₹2. But it is your call how you want to deal with that. This is just for the authentication. There will be multiple authentications, like there will be a phone authentication, there will be an email authentication, and finally there's gonna be a credit card authentication. Credit card authentication will cost you ₹2 over here. Once it is done, then what will happen is you will be getting a subscription. Okay, you'll be getting a subscription over here, like how you get Netflix subscription, Z5 subscription. In the same way, a subscription will be given to you. For initially 30 days, there will be a free trial subscription. Okay, for 30 days. Okay, in that, what will happen? You will be getting 13,300 rupees to create your resources. Don't worry, you'll not be able to do any shopping over here with this 13,000 rupees. Okay, it is just for creating the resources. If I show you over here on my system, I'll refresh it. You can see here, I've got a notification that I have 7,900 credit remaining. So this is basically the amount which, being MCT, I get on monthly basis. But for you guys, you will be getting 13,300 over here. The amount can go up and down. Okay, it's not always 13,300. It can go up or down as well. Totally depends on it. Okay. Now here, what will happen? So whatever now you start creating, it will be deducted from this amount only, this 13,000 amount only. You create virtual machine. Just now we have seen practically that 15 rupees per hour will be deducted. So from where it is getting deducted? From this amount only it will be deducted. That is your free trial. Now what after 30 days? So after 30 days, your account will be disabled. Automatically, it will be disabled. If you are running some resources, if you are running any virtual machine or something, everything will be under the disabled state. Then what you have to do is you have to convert your free trial to pay as you go account or subscription. You have to convert your subscription from free trial to pay as you go subscription. In this subscription, what will happen is you will be charged with anything and everything that you are creating. From the instance itself, from the exact moment the virtual machine is up and running, immediately it will be charged. And like how you get a credit card bill after 1 month, in the same way, monthly billing will be generated over here. You have to pay that amount, and then basically you can create, or you can continue in the same way. If you don't want to continue further, you can simply stop creating the resources, and you can raise a simple ticket to Microsoft to remove your credit card over here. I got a question that can we use the same credit card multiple times? Answer is no, Vinay. It cannot be. Actually, it can be done if you call Microsoft and if you ask them to remove the credit card. See, once you disable your credit card, then in that case, the entries will be available with Microsoft in the backend. Okay, so if you try to use the same card next time, it will be basically it will be showing that okay, the card already exists. But you can simply raise a ticket with Microsoft. You can tell them, boss, I don't want to attach my credit card over here, and I want to disable this account. Then in that case, yes, it can be done. Okay, so it is a simple answer. Directly, no, it cannot be. But in case you have to do it, then contact Microsoft. They will do it for you. Okay. Someone said that same case with me. It says pay as you go. I have already entered credit card details. The same thing. Okay, so this is how basically you can use the free trial account for 30 days. In AWS, things are different. In AWS, what happens is, like if you want to create a virtual machine, in AWS, virtual machines are basically called as EC2 instance. If you want to create EC2 instance, free trial is there. Let me show you also because I have the AWS account as well. So that's a good opportunity to show you that as well so that you'll get a proper understanding of what basically is happening over here. Now, not everything in AWS is free. Okay, every component, if I go to EC2 account over here, if I go to EC2, okay, if I launch an instance, launch instance is basically creating virtual machine. And if I scroll down over here, you can see there's something called as free tier eligible is written. Getting the point? Instance type here also free tier eligible is written. So wherever free tier eligible is written, that means it is free. Apart from that, if you select anything else, you can see here in free tier, I'm getting 1 vCPU, 1 GB memory. That is their main game. In 1 GB RAM, what you'll be able to do? Think of it. In 1 GB RAM, what you'll be able to do? Nothing. If I run my Windows 10 machine only, it is going to take at least 2 GB of RAM to basically work properly. So free tier things are available over here, but to a very limited extent. Okay, if I use all the free tier eligible things, then I don't have to pay a single penny also. But you have to compromise with the performance and other things. If I go with, let's say, I'll go with this 8 vCPUs and 32 GB of memory, that will be charged. That will be charged over here. Okay, so you can see the cost related stuff over here. This is how basically it works out. Okay, so free things are available for 30 days in Azure. In this 30 days, you can do anything and everything. This 13,000 rupees can be utilized in one single day, or you can work for 30 days also. Okay, in that you'll be getting all the privileges. You can do anything and everything. But after 30 days, you create your own and then you pay for your own. You are on your own in simple terms. Essential characteristics of a cloud. Okay, so basically there are 5 essential characteristics of a particular cloud. Directly, indirectly, we have already spoken about it, but still, let's take this particular thing. So first is it's on demand self-service. So depending upon the requirement, I can simply work with any of the resource and it will be available for me immediately. Let it be a load balancer, let it be a firewall, let it be increasing the capacity of my VM, or let it be decreasing the capacity, whatsoever it is. On demand, it will be available for me on the go. Okay. And if it is not required, if I don't want that kind of capacity anymore, I can simply reduce it too. Okay, so let's go through them one by one. So here resources are instantly available when needed. Okay, so as I told that as and when it is needed, immediately it will be available for you. Next is broad network access. So this also we have already discussed. Okay, it is over the internet. So you just need the basic internet connectivity to connect with your environment, and it will be globally available. Doesn't matter you are from where you are working. If there are no additional access policies that you have implemented, if everything is going normal, then in that case you can connect and you can simply play around with it. Next is a resource pooling. So one of the most important concept of any cloud environment is your resources are pooled. Okay, the resources are pooled in the sense, if I take a simple example, let's say that's my hardware. Okay, now in this hardware, I have given this part, I have allotted this part to, let's say, client A Let's say there's an application or a company a.com. Okay, so to this particular client, I have given this particular domain. Then I have another client over here, which might be utilizing maybe more, maybe less. Okay, let's say b.com. Okay, so here what is happening? It is the same hardware. It's the same hardware only, but these two clients are totally unaware of each other. This will be only known to the guy who is actually working in the data center. But still, you'll not be able to connect with any of the another client which is available on the same server or on something like that. But it is gonna be completely isolated. So overall, what is happening? Overall, resource pooling will always ensure that you will have the access available in a very less cost. There are ways, there are resources where you can take your own server. There might be a client where they'll say, okay, I don't want to go with the pooling, resource pooling. I want my own reserved server only. So even Azure provides these kind of services as well. But obviously for that, the price is gonna go way higher. It is not gonna be that cheap. Okay, so that is the problem. Okay, but generally people go with the resource pool because it is quite you can say easy and cheap also. Okay, but this doesn't mean that they are gonna compromise with your security. No, that's not gonna happen. Next, rapid elasticity. So depending upon the requirement, you can add or remove the resources that you need. Okay, like just now I showed you on my Azure portal that I have added this cloud shell, and it took hardly few seconds to create a storage in the backend. If I show you over here, you can see here a storage. Obviously, I did not created this creepy named storage over here. That is automatically created. Okay, so if I don't need this, I can simply click on it and I can simply remove this resource as well. So depending upon, you can see a delete button. Based on that, I can work with anything I want. So depending upon the requirement, I can add or I can remove the resources as and when needed. Okay. Measured service, the ability to resource usage and the customer and the charge customer. Now here, basically what is happening, each and everything that you perform is basically monitored. It is measured. There's a component called as cost management and billing. This cost management and billing basically monitors anything and everything that you are using over here. You can see here, I had this free trial account, then I converted that into another subscription called MSDN platform. These two are disabled now, but now this one MSDN platform subscription that's active for me. If I go to this particular subscription, it will give me the overall details of whatever has happened on this particular subscription. Recently, on 1st of this particular month, the account got recharged with the 7,900 rupees over here. That's why you can see all build, everything is zero over here. But you can see here, defender coverage, this much is fully coverage, this one is not. If I go to cost analysis, here my cost analysis will be done depending upon what I am using, where I am using. What in the sense, even what resource I am using over here, anything and everything can be calculated over here. You can see here it is showing 1st to 30th, nothing to display. Okay, that's the problem you can say with that's the problem of my account. Okay, because automatically whatever was utilized last month, everything will be removed and new amount will be given to me. That is the reason it is completely showing empty. But generally it will give you some graphs and something like that. Okay, don't worry, I'll show you over here. Azure cost analysis. There it is. This is what I'm talking about. This is how basically you will be getting the details over here on your console. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so here you will, this is what I was referring to. Bar charts and all those things will be getting. See here, you can see this darker green area, that's the current usage, and this lighter green area, that is the forecast cost. Okay, that's predicted. And here you can see in the back end, check this service name based on each and every service, how much amount has been utilized. Even that is getting recorded over here. App service, app service is nothing but a web hosting service, you can call in simple terms. That has utilized more, $509. Storage 390, virtual machine 192, VPN 181, Azure Synapses 165. Okay, location, even the location which cost me more is getting recorded over here. Subscription, if you have multiple subscriptions available, let's say one subscription for your testing, one for development, one for let's say production. Okay, so in that particular manner, basically it will divide the entire, and you can create your own charts and dashboards as well. Okay, so depending upon what exactly your need is, based on that you can simply deal with these kind of things. That is the beauty. Okay, so even though if I'm not getting anything over here, not a problem, because I'm not running any resources. If I create something, if I leave it for 1 or 2 days, I will be able to see some bars and charts over here. But if it is not, no problem. This is what you will be getting in the end. Okay. So each and everything is measured over here. It's not like you create a service and you leave it and Microsoft is not gonna charge you. It's not at all like that. You have to pay. You have to pay for it. Okay. And if you're thinking that okay, no problem, we'll Jitu will use all the services and will not pay. So that is your call. I'm not gonna say anything on that. But it is basically in production, it is not the way how we work out. Next, cloud services. So basically, when the cloud concept started, initially we had these particular models. I'm saying we had these models because now there are more. Okay, here you can see we have IaaS or infrastructure as a service. We have platform as a service. We have software as a service. So it is all dependent on what exactly your production requirement is. Based on that, you select that particular model and then you deal with it. There are other as a service model as well, that is identity as a service, where your identity will be authenticated in your Windows environment. You have something called as Windows Active Directory. Okay, you install ADDS role, you create users and users and groups over there, and then the user authentication happens. The similar thing in Azure is done with the help of something called as Azure Active Directory. By the way, now Azure Active Directory has got a new name called Microsoft Intra ID. Earlier, this was called as Azure Active Directory, Azure AD. You can see here, Azure AD is now Microsoft Intra ID. So these Microsoft guys, they keep on changing anything and everything. So guys, be very careful when you are dealing with Microsoft. Okay, so this identity as a service is basically your Microsoft Intra ID solution. Network as a service. So you will be creating your own network as a service over here. You have your load balancer as a service, firewall as a service. Okay, so like that, there are multiple services which are available which you can use in order to basically work with your own production environment. Then when we specifically talk about infrastructure as a service, so basically it is a fully self-service or fully managed self-service, which you decide from your end that what exactly you want, and then basically you deal with it. I have a diagram over here. Let me show you that diagram. That will give you a proper knowledge on what exactly these things are. So if you look at this structure over here, this extreme left corner over here. Okay, so if you look at this particular first part, this one over here, this column, this left column over here, everything that is blue in color, okay, which is networking, storage, server, virtualization, OS, middleware, runtime, data and application. Everything you need to manage. It is your responsibility right from the complete basic level, from the exact networking part, like, okay, which cable I need to use. It is gonna be fiber optic channel. It is gonna be Cat6 cable or whatsoever it is. Then which class IP address you want. Then what is the subnet you want. Then on top of that, storage. Which storage it is gonna be. It is gonna be SAN storage or Dell or whatsoever it is. Then server. Which server you want? You want Dell EMC, you want HP or what IBM or what server you want to use over here. Virtualization. You want to implement type 1 in virtualization, type 2 virtualization. What exactly your requirement is. Operating system, whether it is going to be Windows or Linux. In Windows also it is going to be Windows Server or Windows Client. In Windows Server also it is going to be Server 2008, 8R2, 12, 12R2, 19, 16, 20, whatsoever version you want. So each and everything you have to manage from the scratch itself up till the application. Obviously, application you have to manage that you are hosting. Okay, so data, runtime, middleware, everything in middle of these application and the hardware, what exactly you need over there. Everything you have to take care. Then when you talk about infrastructure as a service, in infrastructure as a service, the green area, meaning the networking part, the storage, server, and the virtualization, you don't have to do anything over there. That will be managed, that will be taken care by the vendor itself. In our case, it is Azure. In other case, AWS, Google Cloud, whatsoever it is. Okay. So what you have to manage right from the OS level. So if you remember, I showed you practically that while creating that virtual machine, I selected Windows Server. Like that, more than 10,000 operating system images are available. You have to select one of them and then you need to deal with it. Now here a question might be, Jitu, can we have only the predefined operating systems or we create or we configure our own and then we can do it? We can upload it over there. Yes, the cloud technologies, let it be Azure, let it be AWS, they provide this particular feature where you can have your own configuration in a particular operating system and you can upload it into the Azure portal and your entire organization, if you made it private or if you make it public, then publicly anyone in the world can use that kind of feature directly. They don't have to install it. Like assume if I have to run an operating system where I need to install IIS every time on it. What I can do, I can create a template image over here. I have Windows Server 2016. On top of that, I've installed IIS and I'll just make a template out of it. The template, I'll upload it on Azure. Now I can use it every time, or my clients can use it, or if I make it public, then everyone else in the world can also use that. So even that kind of feature is also allowed over here. So here you have to manage from your operating system level till the end. So you will be having a complete control from the OS layer till the application layer over here. You'll be the one who will be managing anything and everything. When it comes to the platform as a service, you can see here now the vendor side domain is increased. From networking till the runtime, that will be managed by the vendor itself. Take a simple example over here. I want to host my website and it should be a Linux hosting, for example. Okay, in that case, I just need to select my operating system, whether it is going to be Windows or Linux. That's it. There will be an option. I'll show you. There will be an option. Either you select Windows or Linux, and then remaining what only you have to manage is the data in the application which is running in your PaaS cloud. So you have to take care of your entire application and data related to the application only. Remaining will be taken care by your vendor itself. The entire green is in for vendor. And then finally, you have your SaaS service. So everything will be taken care by the vendor itself. You don't even have to store the data also, that will be stored automatically onto the cloud itself. Your data, application, anything and everything will be managed by your vendor itself. You don't have to do anything. Simply you have to use it. That's it. That's the only thing you have to do over here. Okay. So this is the basic understanding of infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Here, this is what you have to understand. And depending upon the requirement, you need to deal with it. You need to play with it. Now, one thing to remember, almost all the clouds provide these kind of different categories. Okay, it's not like Azure will provide you only infrastructure service, not the SaaS service. There are applications, there are services available. You need to select the proper applications and then you need to deal with it. Okay, but all the clouds basically provide these three basic platforms where you can, depending upon the requirement, you can simply go with the infrastructure or platform or software, whatever you want, you can simply go with it according to your need. Okay, this is what you have to understand regarding infrastructure as service and platform and software. So it is a fully self-service model. You have to manage, you have to take care of everything. Okay, examples are AWS, Azure, Rackspace, VMware. Then we have platform as a service. Okay, generally, basically, this is for the developers. Developer don't need to take care of the operating system and the other stuff inside the VM. They just have to make sure that the variables are available, the code is working properly, the runtime is installed properly, the runtime version is properly available. That's it. So here also you can see Amazon, Azure, Google App, and other websites are there. And then finally we have software as a service. So basically it is a total management by the vendor itself. Like we have Salesforce CRM, we have Intuit, QuickBooks, and so on. So this will be taken care by the cloud environment, cloud vendor itself. You don't have to do anything. You have to just use that particular application. If you want to understand the simplest example of software as a service, I can take one example as Microsoft 365. Okay, in Microsoft 365, to create a Word document, you have the Word facility. To create an Excel, you have the Excel available. To create a spreadsheet, to create a presentation, you have it. To save them, we have OneDrive. To communicate, we have Teams. Getting the point? So everything will be managed by the Microsoft itself. You don't have to do anything over here. You have to just use that particular application in order to get this thing up and running. That is the beauty of these cloud models. Then next is the cloud deployment models. This is all about what exactly you want to deploy to run your application, to work with your application. Okay. Here, when you talk about, let's talk about all of them one by one. One is the public cloud. Public cloud in simple terms is for public, meaning anyone with the required documents. What are those documents? Phone number, email ID, and card. Now here, if you are working with Azure, it requires credit card. If you're working on AWS, even it will work with credit and debit both. Okay, so it is all required. It is all dependent on your requirement over here. So here, anyone with the required details can create their own account and then simply start working on it. Doesn't matter you are from XYZ company, you do not have a job, simply doesn't matter. You go to Google and type create Azure free account. Click on it, and here you have a free start free over here. Click on it and simply start filling the form, irrespective from which location you are. Okay, from which company you are. So it will be for everyone publicly. Then next we have is private cloud. Now, private cloud, as the name says, is for limited number of people only. Okay. So if you are from ABC company, so only people from that particular company will be able to work within that domain, within that cloud. Okay. If anyone else, let's say that's my domain called abc.com. Okay, that's the company. Okay, so here if the user, okay, is from ABC organization, so he will be allowed to basically work with that particular cloud. If a person is from XYZ company, if he tries to log in over here, obviously it shouldn't be happening. That is what basically happens inside the private cloud over here. So public cloud example, I think you all know, like we have AWS, we have Azure, Google Cloud, Rackspace, so many are there. Can you give me the example of private cloud, guys? Drop your answers in the chat window. Can you give me some examples of private cloud? OneDrive. Okay. Government on-prem servers. No, 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 no. No, guys. See, private cloud is something which you create by yourself and you yourself manage anything and everything. Okay, so I remember two of the examples over here which can be suited in a very better manner. One, express route is a different concept. Express route is a private VPN, you can say. Okay, here we are talking about public cloud, the private cloud, sorry. So one of the best example is Microsoft System Center Suite. Okay, in that, basically what is happening, you are deploying each and every component and then basically you play with everything. SCVMM, SCCM, SCOM, like that there are 7 to 8 components which will help you out in performing anything and everything that you want to deploy. That is the first example of private cloud. Another example is OpenStack. This is a Linux based cloud. Okay, the problem with Microsoft System Center Suite is its component, its licenses are very heavily charged. Okay, if you want to run a proper production server based on your or any of the server that you want to deploy under the system center, you have to pay a heavy license fee to basically work with it. What if you are a startup company or a middle level company with very limited number of employees in it, 20, 30 employees in it, and you want to you want to create your own cloud and then deal with it, then in that case, you can go for the OpenStack. OpenStack is a Linux-based cloud, which was actually created by the merger of NASA and Rackspace. These two companies, these two organizations combined together and they built this something called as OpenStack. It's a Linux-based cloud, means you need a Linux operating system. You install each and every component properly, and then you will be having your own private cloud, a Linux-based private cloud, where you will be able to do anything and everything that you want. So these are the two private cloud setups. There might be more, but I remember only two. So remaining thing, if you want, you can simply find out and also let me know as well. I'm open to your answers as well. No problem. Next is the community cloud. So private cloud, we are clear. Public cloud, we are clear. But what is this community cloud? Any idea, guys? Come on. I need your responses. Come on, respond back in the chat window. GitHub. Okay. Not every community is GitHub or something like that. Specific set of users. Okay. Okay. Group of people or company. Okay. Fine. These are acceptable answers. See, basically what happens is these cloud vendors, they targeted public companies, private companies, right? But they wanted to expand more. And they know that they are providing the best security. So what they have done, basically, they tried communicating with the government companies as well, government officials as well. And for them, they provide specific restricted cloud, which will be only accessible by these government officials. These are called as gov clouds. If you remember in the diagram, in this diagram over here, let me magnify a bit. Check this, what it says. US Gov Arizona. Okay, US Gov Texas. Okay, so these are the government clouds. Can you create your resources under US Gov Arizona? Just think logically. No way. Only the person with the proper credentials for this cloud will be allowed to work with it. Okay, so this is what the basic community model is. Okay, it will be dedicated only to a limited community, and community means here government organizations like that. Okay, government organization or private organizations which does not want their data to be accessible or stored under shared resources. Okay, you don't want the Area 51 files to be stored publicly. Obviously, no one wants that, right? So something like that. So in that case, we need the community cloud, which will basically help us out in storing these kind of things. Okay. So what is the difference between, I got a question over here. It's a nice question. What is the difference between private and community model? Private cloud is basically for a particular company where the data will be stored, even though you are taking the private cloud, even though you are creating everything. See, in private cloud, the data stays either in your, see, generally what happens is the data stays in your on campus only. My data should not be leaving the on campus, and still I should be able to use the cloud. For that, I can go for the private cloud services. Okay. You'll be having your user authentication, you'll be having your databases, you'll be having your DNS server. You don't want these specific details to be stored publicly. Okay, in that case, what happens? The data stays in your own organization, in your own on premises. So in private cloud, this is what is happening. When you talk about the community cloud, in community cloud, the entire URL will be restricted for a limited person or limited organization only. Until and unless you work for a specific government company, you will not be able to log into that particular portal. We have Azure China also. We have dedicatedly Azure China as well. Only China related data will be staying inside that particular China location. The China data will not be leaving, and it will not be stored in India location or any other XYZ location. So that kind of data will be stored only under the community cloud with a very limited access. If you do not belong to that particular organization, obviously you'll not be able to access it. I hope the difference is clear. Next is the hybrid cloud. So hybrid cloud is basically the combination of public and private, where you make sure that your public cloud, your private cloud data will be accessible or will be available or will be connected via public cloud. So if you remember, I told you that in one of my projects, one of the client told that the data base will be staying inside the organization only in the on-premises servers. Remaining data can be moved to cloud. Okay, so in that case, we created a hybrid connectivity so that for authentication and all those things, the data can reach back to the on-premises environment. Once it is authenticated, it can go back and then simply it can proceed further with the other things. So when you basically mix private cloud and public cloud all together, then in that case, we go for when we get the hybrid cloud connectivity. Now, also there is one more setup over here. I have not added it, but multi-cloud connectivity is also available nowadays. Means there's something called as Azure Arc. This Azure Arc basically makes sure that you will be allowed to connect with multiple cloud vendors, not only Azure. You can connect with GCP, you can connect with AWS, you can connect with VMware, and then you can simply do your job. So now the domain is not only restricted with uh, uh, one single vendor, but you can simply increase your domain ability with multiple vendors as well. Because generally earlier what was happening, either people will go for Azure or they will go for AWS. But what if some services of Azure are good and some services are of AWS are better? And in my project, I need both of them. So now there is a way where you can connect these two clouds together and then simply work with that as well. I got a question. Is it hybrid Azure AD join? See, Azure AD join is a simple different concept. See, we have something called as Azure AD Connect. There's a tool called Azure AD Connect, which you install on your on-premises data center, which will synchronize all the on-premises users onto the cloud. AD join is something which, like, for example, I have my own, let's say, tablet or laptop or something like that. I want to use my own devices, or there are new devices which need to be connected with my account. So I don't want any unauthorized access, unauthorized user to log in from anywhere. So what I'll do, like how you do domain join. Your laptops will be domain joined. You connect to your laptop with your domain so that the policies, group policies can be implemented over here so that your USBs and other stuff can be blocked or allowed. In the same way, we can go for Azure AD join, where you can connect your devices with your Azure account and then simply you can deal with them. You are not restricted with only companies' laptop, but even if you have your own desktop or any other utility, or let's say a tablet, you can connect with Azure and then you can simply use that as well. Okay, it is basically called as BYOD, bring your own device. Okay. So benefits of cloud. I hope now, as of now, everyone is aware of what exactly uh, cloud is used for, but still, let's deep dive into each and every component. Cost. Cost is actually a benefit thing over here. So no hardware, you don't have to pay for any hardware or software, okay, on-premises data center. So basically, you are not paying any additional amount. See, think in that way. When you have your own on-premises data center, what are things you have to manage? Just imagine. You have to manage the space, okay, the floor, the building, the room where you'll be storing all of your data, your servers, your physical devices. Then you need to make sure that you purchase the proper cables. There also you have to invest. Then you have to make sure that you purchase proper devices. It shouldn't be a faulty one, right? No one wants a faulty device. Then you want the license should be there on each and every device. Then you want the storage should be there. Then you want the license should be there on each and every storage and server. Then you need proper administrator. You don't want a rookie guy to basically go and manage your data center. Do you want it? No way. Okay. So we cannot rely on freshers guy on these particular things. You need database administrator, you need network administrators, you need a Cisco certified guy. Obviously, they are gonna charge more in that particular case. Am I right? So you have to pay their salaries as well. Then you need an IT team. They are the lifesavers, especially on Saturdays and Sundays if something went wrong. Right? So you have to manage each and everything by paying these particular people. These costs directly you are not paying over here. There is no hardware charge you are paying. Doesn't matter. Windows is this Microsoft is using Windows hardware or VMware hardware or whatsoever XYZ hardware. You're not paying for that. You're only paying for the service that you are using. Okay. So software, you're not additionally buying a license in order to use the operating system. They are providing you a genuine license. If you don't need it, I told you, you can bring your own license. You can attach it over there. Getting the point? So ultimately, it is a cost saving for you. Then you have the global accessibility. Okay, so scale, elastic in nature. So basically, what is happening? Scalability is available, elasticity is available over here. Any of the resource can be increased with the capacity as and when it is needed. Performance, when there is no problem in lagging and there is no lagging or no latency or something like that, then obviously you'll be getting the better performance. Speed, self-service, on-demand flexibility, everything is available on demand. I told you, you don't have to wait for days and weeks for getting the hardware delivered on the just on the go itself. You can see, obviously, if you want to scale up any virtual machine, you'll not be doing that blindly. You need to at least have the acknowledgement or approval from your manager. Okay. If your manager understands the entire complexity of it, he'll simply approve on the mail, approve, and immediately you can simply scale it up. That's gonna take hardly fraction of seconds. Instead, if you are working on a physical machine, then all approvals will happen, then the budgeting will happen, then the vendor will send the device, then it will be configured, then you will be delivered with that. It is gonna take some time. But here on the go, the same machine can be increased or decreased with the capacity. Productive. So you don't have any, no racks are there, no stack, no hardware, no software. You don't have to manage anything. Updates are there. I agree. Updates are there, but it can be all it can be done when you are not running any complex applications or something like that. Okay. Sometimes or some of the components will be configured or updated by the Microsoft itself. Microsoft will do it for you. Few things you have to take care of yourself. Okay, you need to take care of each and everything over there. In that case, you'll be notified before itself. Reliability. So when you talk about the reliability, I'll take one simple example over here, which will explain this data backup, easy, cheap, DR, and redundant, each and everything. I spoke about a storage component called as Azure storage account. It's a service, it's a storage service which provides the storage capacity. You'll be able to store anything and everything, and depending upon the access, people will be able to use that. Now, when you drop a file in this Azure storage account, listen to me carefully. When you drop a file, that file could be anything. It's a normal text file, PDF, let's say MP3 file, MP4 file, or any configuration file, okay, Java file, coding, whatsoever file it is. Basically, what this Azure cloud or any cloud environment will do, it will create three replicas in the backend. One will be your original, two more backup copies will be available in the backend for you. Remember, if you remember, I spoke about the South Brazil data center got burnt in year 2018. That's how people were able to fetch their data. There was not 1 KB data loss. Imagine 70% of the data center was burnt, but still not even 1 KB of file was lost in that particular thing. Why? That was the only reason. Now you can understand the reliability of cloud. And not only with Azure, even in AWS, the same thing happens. When you simply when you upload a file in the storage, in AWS, it is called S3 bucket. When you upload a file in S3 bucket, it will create three replicas in the backend. And if due to some reasons, one backup goes down, the other one will take care of it. The second goes down, third one will take care of it. And where it will be created, even that is up to you. Okay. If you join the Azure AZ104, there we have a complete module for it. But in short, I'll give you some hints on the storage account. There's something called as LRS. I'll write down over here. LRS, ZRS, GRS. LRS, to understand in a simple way, it is in the same location, local data center only. LRS stands for locally redundant storage. Locally means in the same data center only. Like in India, we have seen there are three data centers. Okay, Western, Central, and Southern India. So if you select, okay, my data will be stored in Southern India, my storage account is created in Southern India. So in the same Southern India location only, in the same data center only, let's assume that the data center somewhere it is available in Bangalore location. So in that Bangalore location only, the data will be stored in three different storages. Racks will be different, their storage compute power, so power source will be different, but it is in the same data center only. Then you have zone redundant. So LRS is very cheap, but the problem with LRS is, what if the data center is flooded? Like few years back, I remember I was reading a news and I found out that in Chennai there's too much of flood. It was completely flooded, right? So assume that any of the location in India get completely flooded like that, and the entire data center is down. Then what? All of my three copies are in the same data center only. Then there will be a data loss, right? So what we do generally, we go for ZRS, zone redundant storage service. In zone redundant, what will happen? So you selected the location India. In India, we have three data centers, three locations: Central India, Western India, and South India. Okay, so two of my copies, assume that two of my copies will be available in the Southern India part, and one copy will be available, let's say, in the West India zone, West India data center, West India region, it will be available. So even if the entire southern area is flooded, it's just a hypothetical situation. Please do not get panicked. So even if the entire southern India gets flooded out, still my data will be accessible. Obviously, there will be some latency available, but the data will be there for sure. That's the beauty of it. And then finally, we have the GRS. geo-redundant services. I hope you have already assumed it. It is geographically, data will be stored in two different continents, at least 1,000 kilometers apart from each other. Okay. In that case, even if the entire India region goes down because of some reason, maybe it got hacked or flooded or whatsoever it is, my another data copy will be available in a different zone, different location, and from there it will be accessible for me. Again, I'm saying there will be latency. I think there is an application. Let me check. Azure latency, Azure latency test. Yeah, I'm not sure this is a certified Microsoft website, but you can see this. Okay, here it is shown. Latency test. Let's say, let's go for US location. China. No. Let's start with this US location only. Check this out. That's a latency graph for US, central US from my location. Okay. So if I uncheck this one and let's say, do we have Asia? Yes, we have Asia region. And let's go with South India. Check this. Physical location, it is in Chennai. And see here, you can see the latency is almost hitting 0. I am in central India right now. My location is MP, Madhya Pradesh. Okay, you can see here, somewhat it is going up and down, but oh, now you can see. Let's change the location and let's make it West India. Western India, okay, it is taking from Mumbai. So you can see the latency over here with this particular check. Okay, now I'm not gonna say that it is gonna be the authorized Microsoft website. So I'm not really sure how or what kind of accuracy it is providing, but just to understand, it is gonna be, you can see here, average latency is 35, 31 milliseconds. Okay, so that's how basically you can find out and you can basically deal with all these things. Don't worry, all these URLs which I am showing up over here, I will be taking all of them in one single file and that will be also shared with you guys. Okay, so GRS basically is geo redundant service where geographically the data will be sent to two different continents. Even if one continent goes down, the other one will provide the data here. That kind of reliability you can expect over here in Azure or any of the cloud environment. Now, when you talk about the backup is by default disabled, but it can be enabled and then you can simply take the backup of almost anything that you want. Right from the virtual machine, you can take the backup of your VM. Okay, you can create the backup policy for it. It should be backed up on daily basis, weekly basis, quarterly basis, like that. At what particular date and time also, each and everything can be configured. You can import the entire site as well. Okay, you can take the backup of your credentials, backup of your certificates. Almost anything and everything can be done over here. The component which is responsible to perform these kind of backup is called as recovery service vault. The component which is responsible for taking these backups and all is basically called as recovery service vault in Azure. This recovery service vault will basically take the backup of almost every component in Azure. And even to an extent, you can take the backup of your on-premises environment as well. Okay, even that is totally doable. Next is why should I move to cloud? So cost saving, security, connectivity, accessibility, reduce risk, data loss, reduce risk of data loss, faster deployment, deployment is actually very fast. We have not seen it. I will show you, not now, maybe post break, but I will show you within fraction of seconds, possibly hardly 1 minute. It is gonna deploy my virtual machine or whatsoever resource you want. Yeah, obviously some of the resources are there which takes minutes also. Some there are services which can take up to 30 minutes, 45 minutes for the deployment. But when you have to create a storage or database or VM, okay, that is gonna be very fast over here. Increase collaboration and improve efficiency. So these are the reasons why you should be moving to the cloud part. That's the adoption level. You can see the total growth over here. This image I have taken from Gartner. Okay. Gartner basically provides one of the most reliable and authenticated resources. Okay. So from there, I've taken this particular, and you can see here traditional and cloud based, how much revenue it is gonna generate for you. For a very long time, this traditional data center is booming, but in future it is gonna increase. It is up to only 2025. Obviously, it is gonna increase more in future. These are the several cloud vendors option that we have. Okay, we have OpenStack, we have IBM Cloud. This is the Azure logo. Okay, this blue color A. VMware, we have Google Cloud, we have Rackspace, AWS. So many are there. Okay, they all almost work in the exact similar manner. The terms are different. So before break, we were talking about specifically for all the cloud computing models, or you can say cloud computing concepts. Now, specifically, we'll be talking about the Azure. Okay, specifically, we'll target the Azure platform so that now you can understand what exactly Azure is giving us and how basically you can deal with the Azure related concepts. Okay, so here, this global footprint we have already discussed. Next is one of the most important concept, that is the Azure architectural component. Now, in this entire Azure architectural component, there are several components that will help you out throughout the Azure journey. Okay, doesn't matter for which exam you prepare for, doesn't matter which domain you select inside the Azure. This is gonna be useful for you forever now. Okay, so we'll start with Azure subscription. Okay, now these are the several keywords that will help you a lot in basically working with the Azure and its component. Okay, so the first component here we have is the Azure subscription. Okay, now when you talk about subscription, basically it is just an identity, a unique identity that will help you out in understanding and in performing the job that you want. Okay. Now, when you talk about Azure subscription, this subscription will only allow you to perform anything and everything that you want. Okay. So in easier terms, basically it's a logical unit, you can say, that is connected, that is attached to your Azure account. And if this subscription allow you to do something, you will be able to do that. And if it is not allowed on the subscription level itself, then obviously you'll not be able to deal with it. Okay. If I take a simple example, like let's say you took Netflix subscription, which supports, let's say, 5 devices. Okay. In your subscription itself, you can basically go with 5 devices at a time. Now, what you're doing is you are basically ensuring that if the sixth device tries to connect, it should throw an error. It shouldn't connect, something like that. Okay. So on the subscription level itself, what is happening over there? You are basically putting up a benchmark. You are creating a benchmark that this is gonna be the maximum limit. The same thing happens with the Azure subscription also. Depending upon what kind of subscription you have taken, the different values will basically differ. The what do you say? The way of working differs. Each and everything is totally dependent on what exactly what exactly is allowed in your subscription. Now, when you talk about subscription, basically there are different level of subscriptions that we have. Okay, one we have is the free trial subscription. This is available to you when you attach your credit card and which will be valid only for 30 days. So in this, what will happen? It will allow you to create anything and everything only for 30 days for free. Okay. After that, you have to purchase a subscription cost pay as you go. You need to convert your free trial subscription into pay as you go subscription. Meaning, if you create anything under this particular subscription, it will be charged, and it will be charged right from right from the point where you have seen the notification so and so successfully created. Then you have something called as enterprise agreement. Okay, enterprise agreement or enterprise subscription. Basically, enterprise subscription is for the organizations, big organizations. Okay, in that your email IDs, your official email IDs will play an important role. Like for example, if you have an organization called abc.com, okay, and your entire abc.com organization purchased an enterprise agreement for Azure. Now, whatever email IDs exist inside this abc.com, they all directly will be able to access the Azure cloud directly. Obviously, there will be some policies and all, so that will be defined later on once your subscription is active. But by default, anyone with particular, let's say XYZ at the rate abc.com, if anyone is having with that, anyone logs in with that particular domain, they will be directly allowed to access the Azure portal directly. They won't have to attach their credit or debit card in order to work with the Azure account because your company has already done it for you. It's just like you have to use your official mail ID to log in and then do the job. Okay, like that we have multiple subscriptions, but these are the commonly used subscription. I am using, if you check my portal over here, I am using here a subscription named MSDN platform subscription. Okay, this is another subscription which is given to uh, anyone who has joined Microsoft program. Okay, if you join your Microsoft program, like I have joined the MCT program, Microsoft Certified Trainer. So for that, I have got this kind of subscription. If you activate your email ID, in your email ID, there are several benefits available. One of the benefit is Visual Studio subscription. Okay, like that, there are multiple subscriptions. Basically, the last two, these are these two are for the MCTs or the developers, and these are the this one is basically for the company. Pay as you go is for anyone who wants to work with Azure account, irrespective in which company you are working. It is gonna be your standalone uh, Azure account. Okay, so that's the basic meaning or basic usage of Azure subscription. Then we have something called as management groups. Now, management groups. To understand this, you have to again go back to the subscription level to basically clarify what these things are. Now, imagine what I have done here. I have my company, let's say abc.com. Okay, I have this company here on top. Inside this company, I have three different environments. Okay, I have three environments. Let's say it's gonna be QA environment. Okay, the other one is gonna be, let's say, uh, pre-production environment, and the last one is, let's say, production environment. So assume these are the three environments which I have in my organization. Now, these three environments, basically what I want to do is I want to make sure that their billing shouldn't be connected with each other. Okay. What I want is I want these three to act individually. Whatever they are doing, whatever they are performing, whatever these environments are doing, it is isolated within that particular environment only. So what I'll do is I'll create one environment over here for QA, same way for pre-prod, and same way for the environment. I'll create some virtual environments over here. And then what I will do is I want to make sure that, see, if you have only one subscription available, okay, if you have only one single subscription available, it becomes really difficult to find out what is the overall cost each and every production is doing. Okay, if I want to find out, okay, what is the overall money invested on the QA environment or pre-prod environment. If you have only one single subscription, it can be done. I'm not denying it cannot be. It can be done, but it is gonna be some. It is gonna take some time to basically figure out all those things. It makes your life bit difficult in that case. Okay, so subscription will be attached to the QA, to your pre-prod, and this particular production environment. Now, if you want to find out, okay, how much my organization needs to pay for all the three, overall bill they will be getting, but they'll not be able to segregate. Okay, pre has used this much, production has used this much, and QA has used this much amount over here. So what generally companies will do, companies will basically target for multiple subscriptions. It's quite simple. I can have as many subscriptions as I want for my single account. There's no problem. To manage these subscriptions, now what you need to do is you need to ensure that there's something above these subscriptions so that everything comes under one single roof only. Okay, there should be a logical unit which will manage all the subscription. Let it be 330, 300, whatsoever. That logical part is basically called as management groups. So in management groups, what can happen, what you can do generally is your company will be, it will be attached to the management group like this. And for every subscription, or you can say all the subscriptions will fall under this management group. This makes my job much easier to figure out what exactly is going on, to figure out each and every policy, to figure out how much amount has been paid to each and every involved. This is the basic usage of the management groups. So basically, it is just a logical unit which sits just on top of your subscription. And inside management group, you can attach multiple subscriptions, and each subscription can be attached to a different environment if you. This is the basic structure of what actually happens inside your management group. That makes your management much simpler in simple short. Next is the Azure region. Can anyone tell me what exactly this Azure region is? Quickly, guys. Data centers. Exactly. If you remember the diagram which we spoke about, each and every physical geographical location is a region over here. Okay. So basically here physical location, exactly the locations. So this is the basic in Azure terms, we call it as Azure region. Okay. So every data center which is available under one single unit. Let's say India. In India, there are three data centers available. So in India, there are three more regions available where you can deploy your resources. Okay, so this entire India is one region, and in one region we have multiple data centers. We can have generally multiple data centers. It's not a problem. Okay, every country, it's not mandatory that every country will have three, but depending upon the location, that matters. But in US, let's say there are eight regions only. Okay, so it is just the physical geographical location of your data center. Then what is this availability zone? Come on, guys, reply back. Any idea? See, let me clarify this in a simple term. So assume that, okay, that's the whole world, let's say, okay, and here you'll have a location, let's say India, okay, that's one of the region, okay. This is basically the India region, okay. Now, in India region, we have three locations. Okay, if you look over here, we have West India, Central India, and South India. In India itself, we have three different locations available. Every location is basically it's called as availability zone. Okay, so every physical location that is available is basically called as availability zone. In our case, we have three zones. We have West India zone, we have Central India zone, and we have South India zone. Okay, so basically, if you have multiple if you have multiple availability zones, you can call that particular location as a region. And in our case, India is one of the region. And here inside India, we have three different availability zones. Three different data centers are there in one single India region. Okay, so this is what you have to understand. US, United States is one of the region, and inside United States we have 6 or 8 availability zone. Central US, Central US 2, okay, East US, East US 2, West US, West US 2, and so on. Okay, so that is what you have to understand in this particular case. Then next we have is the Azure resource. Now remember one thing. Resource is anything that you create inside Azure. Simple. Anything you create in Azure will be considered as Azure resource. That could be a virtual machine, that could be a database, that could be a storage, that could be an IP address, that could be a firewall, that could be an NSG, virtual network, load balancer, traffic manager, whatsoever it is. Each and everything that you create can be called as or will be called as Azure resources. Now, Azure Resource Manager. What exactly it is, guys? Any idea? Azure Resource Manager. There are few terms connected with this Azure Resource Manager only, so only I'm asking you. Otherwise, I'll elaborate it. Come on. What is Azure Resource Manager? Who manages the resources created in Azure? Managing the resources. Okay. Okay. A tool. No, it's not a tool. Each time we access Azure resource, it goes through ARM, manages and monitor resources. Okay. Okay. See, when you talk about Azure Resource Manager, let me go back a little bit and talk about the portal or you can say the Azure portal. Azure portal. Come on, guys. This is something important that we have to understand. Okay. We'll come to Azure Resource Manager, but let's talk about this portal first. In year 2010, when the Azure was launched at that particular time, it was accessible via web browser. Okay. The portal which was accessed via web browser had a name called as Azure Service Manager, also known as ASM. That was the portal name. Okay, that was the portal name. Now with ASM, the problem was that you'll not be able to do several things which you can do right now. Meaning there was no concept of resource group. Okay, you cannot execute multiple executions at the same time. You can't multiple execution of tasks were not allowed. Okay, so there were several issues with the old portal. So this is basically an old portal. In year 2016, they came up with a new portal called as Azure Resource Manager or ARM portal. This is also a portal name, but this is a new portal that you have seen right now. That you have seen just now, this one, this portal. This portal is basically called as Azure Resource Manager. Okay, also called as ARM. So I hope now the difference is clear between ASM and ARM. ASM is old portal, ARM is new portal. Okay. In ASM, the old portal, you will not be allowed to run multiple tasks together. Like if I want to create two VMs at the same time and storage also at the same time, and let's say firewall at the same time, I cannot do it. But in ARM, it is possible. In the new portal, yes, it is possible. Okay. To take the data from your laptop, from your desktop till the Azure portal in ASM, in the old portal, we used to use the JSON, XML file format. In the old portal, the data will be collected as XML and then it will be transferred to Azure Data Center. In the new portal, it is done with the help of JSON file format. So there are several differences between the two. Okay, but now we are totally working on the ARM, the new portal. This ARM portal basically does all the important things which anyone needs in the day-to-day life. Like there is something called as ARM templates. There's something called as ARM templates or Azure Resource Manager template. ARM templates, as name says, these are the templates that you create in order to redeploy the similar concept multiple times. Okay, what I mean is, like, let's say I need to assume this is a template. Okay, in this template, what I want is I want Windows Server 2016 should be installed, should be used. Inside that, I want IIS web server should be installed for me. Okay, inside this, I want, let's say, a user called G2 as admin must be created. Okay, so these are my prerequisites. What I will do over here, I'll take this entire script and I'll convert this into a JSON readable file, a JSON file. I'll take this entire information and put this in the systematic format in the JSON file. And this JSON file will be then deployed onto my Azure web portal. This template, this file which I am creating is basically called as ARM template. Okay. So you have to write a template, and then basically the same template can be deployed onto your portal multiple times. Okay. The similar concept can be deployed multiple times over here. That is the beauty of ARM template. That's what we do in the ARM template. Okay. Now here, please repeat ARM template. Okay. Okay. See, guys, what? Okay, let me take a simple example over here. I take trainings for multiple client, and in one of the client, what I do is like what their requirement is, I take PowerShell for them. Okay. So whenever I take PowerShell for them, what I have to do every time is I need to deploy one Windows Server 2016. Inside that, I need to install the ADDS role. Then I need to promote uh, this to domain controller. Promote this machine to domain controller. Okay, that's first thing. Now, what else is needed over here is this is one task of it. Another task which I perform is I need to create one more Windows machine. That's Win Server 2016, let's say. This needs to be domain joined. Okay, that this needs to be domain joined. And I want my WinRM service to be running. Now, this is a task which I need to perform on regular basis because monthly I will be getting the PowerShell batches from those particular clients. Okay, I'll be getting regularly those batches. Now, what I do, I deploy these things on my Azure portal. Once the 5 days training is over, I go and remove it. After 5 days, again another session came. So again, I need to redeploy everything. So instead of all these things, what I can do, I can take this entire and convert it into the ARM template, which is having an extension of JSON file. Now this JSON file can be directly now deployed onto my Azure portal. It can be deployed onto my Azure portal. So now I have to just run this file on my portal. And whatever you have written inside this file will be deployed automatically over here. No human intervention will be required directly. It will deploy anything and everything. That is the purpose of the ARM template. Is it clear now what ARM template is? It is just the skeleton that you create, and in the skeleton, you write everything that you want, and then you deploy the same thing into your account, and then you do the job. Okay. Now here, there are multiple Azure quick templates. Okay. There are quick start templates available, which Azure has already given to you. Okay. Like I need the Azure virtual machine related templates, let's say. Azure virtual machine related templates. Now you can see here so many templates are there. Create a virtual machine with the reference image on Azure Stack HCI. This is quite different thing. With MSI, let's take something simple. Okay, two virtual machine and a load balancer and load balancing rules. Now imagine if your manager gave you a task, boss, you have 5 minutes of time. I need a load balancer and two virtual machines connected with it. First thing you sit, do everything manually, configure everything manually. Or if there is a load balance, sorry, if there is an ARM template available for this category, for this type, you just click on it. This template allow you to create two virtual machines under load balancer configure. You can read everything over here. What I have to do, you can see deploy to Azure. I'll click on it, and obviously my Azure portal should be open on any one of the tab. and it will start deploying, means it will start showing the data, what it is gonna deploy basically. Check this out. Subscription, resource group, do you want the same thing? Region, East US, storage name, what you want, username, password. You have to configure it only once and simply click on review, create, and it will be deployed. How easy it is. That's the beauty of ARM template. But one of the problem over here is ARM templates are quite hectic actually. Hectic in the sense they are like if you were to write the say entire ARM template from the scratch, it is gonna take some knowledge. Without knowledge, it is gonna be quite difficult. But it is not that difficult also. Once you understood everything, once you like, for example, here you have edit template. You don't like this particular thing, you want your own stuff to be added or removed from this particular list. Click on edit template, and here is your JSON script. Check this. Here is your JSON script. You can write anything, remove anything, whatever you want, but the only thing is you should be knowing how the JSON works out. Not only this much, you can also visualize from here that what it is gonna basically do. Check this out. Two virtual machines. Let me magnify it. Okay. Check this. My VM0 by VM1. You can check over here. It is connected to one of the storage account. It is connected to the availability set. We'll talk about that in a while. Both the VMs are connected to two NIC cards, and you can see both NIC cards are connected to VNet, which is virtual network. One of them is connected to the load balancer, and one of them is connected to the public IP. That's the whole game of what exactly is going to happen once you deploy this particular diagram. This is what you'll be getting in the. These kind of things basically can be done with the help of ARM templates. There are tons of quick templates available on Azure on GitHub. You can simply go ahead and find out what suits you better. If not, you can create your own template also. If you're thinking, okay, Jitu, it is going to be quite difficult. Is it very difficult to deploy our own template? Actually, it is not that difficult also. I'll tell you how to work with that. Okay, but this ARM template is now clear to everyone, guys. Okay, so this is the reason I have taken this Azure Resource Manager individually and then tried explaining it to you. Okay, now here Azure Core Services. Okay, now basically there are so many services. So someone has written, so it's kind of a JSON file that has configured infrastructure resources defined in it. Exactly. Yes. ARM template is basically a JSON file that contains all the values and details about your infrastructure. The same infra can be deployed n number of times without having any problem. So now next we'll talk about the Azure core services. So there are so many other services which are offered by Azure. Core services are the compute, network, storage, and database. Okay. Basically, if you look into the details, you have AI, ML, analytics, database, DevOps, integration, identity, migration, security. So many things are there. If you go to something called as Azure Marketplace, there's something called as Azure Marketplace. So as you have imagined, Marketplace is something where you find out all of your resources, prepaid, anything. You can see here, there's something called as enterprise chat. powered by GPT-4 and OpenAI. It costs not much, 82,158.394 rupees per month. So for that, you can subscribe and you can pay that much. The other one is the MongoDB Atlas in the pay as you go. It starts at free. Then you have your own Kali Linux. You can see here it says bring your own license. Somewhere it was written. Let me go back. Yeah, check this. It says bring your own license. So if you have your own Kali Linux license, you can apply over here and simply use it. Then you have Ubuntu 18.04 LTS. Here we have this starts at rupees 0.19 per user for 3 years. So marketplace is actually a place where you purchase all these things under these many categories. If you look at the category also, we don't have 2 or 3 categories. See, it's a big list. Okay, IT and management tools, compute, security, analytics, developer tools, web, networking, AI, ML, storage, DevOps, and so on. These many categories are available. So if you go like, let's say I want to deploy a database over here. When I click on the database, these are the databases which are available. Now, depending upon my requirement, depending upon my project, I can go for it. If I want to deploy something regarding DevOps, so here are the tools which are available. You can see all DevOps tools. So 1189. If I click on see more, then it will give me the entire list of whatever things you want to deploy. It is one of 60 pages. Okay. So here we have so many things to explore, so many things to work with. So it is all up to you how you want to deal with the Azure and how you will basically create resources over here. Okay. So we'll be talking about these things one by one because in AZ900, these are the 4 major components which are basically required for you. Okay. So when you talk about Azure Compute Service, these are few of the services. Obviously, I cannot write all of them, but these are the services which will help you out in doing your or performing your job. So you have virtual machines. Virtual machine, I hope you already know about it. Okay, it's a simple laptop or desktop locally. Sorry, virtually it is available for you. Okay, it will be actually available in any of the other remote location, but you'll have the feeling that okay, it is just present in front of you. Virtual machine scale set, I told you that automatically scaling up the environment based on the requirement, you can use the VMSs. We have batch, we have container service, container registry. Container service is AKS, Azure Kubernetes Service. Container registry is just like your Docker registries, Docker images. Okay, then we have this web app. If you want to host your own website could be static, dynamic with database, whatever it is. Anything and everything can be deployed over here within, sorry, within fraction of seconds. Okay, it is so simple. Next, we have the networking part. So in Azure networking, when you talk about the networking, we have multiple networking related resources like we have load balancer, we have CDN, content delivery network, we have Azure DNS, we have gateway, express route, traffic manager, load balancer, gateway, application gateway. So these are the several networking related components in Azure. Okay. Then you have storage. So majorly there are 4 types of storage in Azure. Basically there are 5, but if I elaborate them, there are 4 major categories. Okay, I'll write down over here. That will be easier. When you talk about Azure storage, basically there are 4 categories. We have blob storage, we have file share, we have queue, and then we have table. And finally, we have Azure disks. These are the 5 major categories which are provided inside your Azure. Blob is something like there will be a container. Inside the container, you'll be putting the data. File share, this containerized blob, basically it's like the URL based storage. Okay. Then you have the file share. So it is just like your NFS file system. Okay. Then you have the queues. So basically, if you remember any of the middleware applications for holding or storing the data, that is what it is. Then we have tables. So we have rows and columns to store the data. And then this is your virtual machine disks. Okay. So virtual machine disks will basically it will be added to your virtual machine so that you can add and remove or store data inside your virtual machine. Now, these are the basic categories. There are a few more things. In fundamental, this should be enough for you. If you want to understand more, then simply you can go for the Azure administration. And in Azure administration, we have to actually go through each and every component practically one by one. Okay. Then databases are there. There are tons of databases. I have taken only 4 because that's the best image I got. Okay. Otherwise, all the images were quite very big actually. So Azure SQL DB, Azure Database, MySQL, Postgres, and MariaDB. Like that, there are other databases service. Even you can create your own database and you can create, so not database, you can create your own uh, virtual machine with your own database inside it. So there are multiple ways to deal with it. Okay. Support plans. In Azure, you can go for uh, these basic plans. Like we have a basic plan, we have developer standard and professional direct. So obviously here, if you look at the pricing part, the basic plan has been given to all the users by default. Okay. Developer plan starts from $29 per month, 29 USD per month. Standard purchase is 100 USD and professional is 1000 USD per month. And these are the several things that you'll be getting over here by default. This image I've taken from the official Microsoft website. This is what you'll be getting for each and every plan over there. Okay. So depending upon the basic business criticalness, you need to uh, find the proper support, and then based on that, they will give you a response. Okay, if you're running a production and if you're thinking that you'll get all of your solutions from the basic plan itself, so it's not completely true. You'll not be getting everything that you are looking for. Okay, possibly the time also, it is going to take more time for the response. You have to understand what exactly you need and how fast you want the response from the Microsoft. That also needs to be taken care. Okay, so for that, you have to select the proper support plan. Service life cycle. Now, this is something which I want to explain in a proper manner, again in a detailed manner, because Azure services are something which keeps on updating every time. Okay. Today, you will find there will be some service or feature available in a service. Possibly tomorrow, it might be a permanent feature or it might be removed as well. Okay. So depending upon the requirements, developers in Azure, they keep on updating the services, and these are the 3 phases of your development cycle. Okay, first it will be in the development phase, then it will be in the public preview, and then it will be in the general availability. What these things are basically, so when you talk about the development, basically the developers will start gathering the information. Okay, like for example, if you are working on a particular product and you want certain feature should be added, you can join the Microsoft Azure developers community, and then simply you can give the uh, feedback. And let's say if other person in another company, maybe same company, also wants the same feature to be added. And like that, there will be multiple people who want this kind of feature that you have introduced, that you have asked them. So basically, if they keep on getting the upvote is just like likes on Facebook. Okay. If people like it, they'll give the like button, they'll hit the like button. In the same way, if any uh, Azure admin wants or likes a particular feature, they'll simply go and type it. And if it is already written, then they give a upvote. If a particular feature gets multiple upvotes, then in that case, the Azure developers will basically, developers who are sitting in Microsoft, I'm talking about, they will start deploying these kind of start this kind of development. Okay, so there are features which are still getting developed. There are so many features which uh, got improved actually because of these kind of things. So who really want it, they simply go to the feedback and then they write it. Then the next one is the public preview. Once the particular service feature has been released, it goes under public review. In public preview, what will happen is the you can consider this as a beta stage. Okay, it is a temporary stage. It might be there later on. It might not be there depending upon how you like it. Okay, so in production specifically, it is never ever recommended to create a resource which says in bracket public or preview. I'll show you how basically these public preview features look like. Okay, but it is never ever recommended specifically for production, because that kind of feature is totally unstable. You really don't know what will happen if they actually remove it. I told you they will either add it or they'll remove it also. What if the feature got removed? Then in that case, what you'll do? Big problem. And then finally, we have the general availability, also known as GA. So once a particular feature is finalized, once it is liked by all the developers, all the communities, all the people who have given good feedback, then it comes out of the public preview and then it enters into the general availability stage. And this in this stage, meaning if a particular feature is in this particular stage, that simply means the particular feature is now there almost forever. Until unless they again Microsoft decides to remove it, obviously they will give you the intimation. Okay, at least 1 year, 1.5 year, 2 years back, they will update you. Like for example, if any feature needs to be removed in future, let's say in 2025 they want to remove something, so now only they will release that particular notification. Only the notification will be launched that boss, at this particular date and time, we will no more support this particular feature and it will not be available. That is the basic meaning of this particular general availability. So if you want to understand these particular things, if you want to find out what all updates Microsoft has done for you, there's something called as Azure Update. There's a website itself called as Azure Update. And depending upon your criteria, your category, you can find out, like, see this, generally available multi-user authorization for backup vaults. Till now it was under preview and now it is generally available. Generally available enhanced soft delete for Azure backup. Public preview, check this out. Public preview, Azure Data Explorer add-on for Splunk. This is something new now, which is under beta, which is in the beta version, and so on. Like that, even if you want to check the full archive, what they have updated when, you can go to full archive and then you can read everything that you want. You click on any one of them. Let's say, see this. We are ending support for so and so API. If I click on this, this is regarding the Azure Container Registry. So if I click on it, check this. On September 2026, there's my proof. Just now I told you that they will intimate in the prior itself. On September 2026, we will be ending the support for so and so. This preview API will no longer work. Okay. So Microsoft will update if they are gonna remove something, They will update over here. The only problem is you have to continuously monitor this particular URL. You have to be updated. Specifically, like if you are from a certain category, if I go here and take out a particular category, let's say I want to find out only the updates regarding, let's say I'm a storage admin. I'll click over here and then I'll try to filter. Check this. On 29th September, retirement notice was given. Legacy Azure Storage Java client libraries will be retired on 13 September 2024. General available, you can see zone redundant for Azure Disk is now in more regions. Retirement notice and so on. So like this, you have to figure out, you have to find out the things required for your own domain, whatever domain you are in. Based on that, you basically have to work with that. Okay. Then next is the Azure resource. I told you a resource is a component like storage, VM, and network. Anything that you want to create will be considered as an Azure resource. So anything that you want to create, obviously you have to pay for that if it is not in the free trial, and then you can simply work with it. Now there's one problem, like there are so many services, there are so many categories. Jitu, how are we gonna learn anything and everything that we want? Like let's say I want to learn only about virtual machines. How exactly we can do it? So no need to run here and there for that. What you can do, go to learn.microsoft.com. Go to this particular category, and then you will find all the documentations that you want over here. Okay, like I want to learn for Azure virtual machines. Okay, this is one of the newer way how they have uh, divided everything. But if I simply go for virtual machine in Azure, that's the location. Okay, and you can see here what's new, quick, Linux quick, Windows quick start, self-paced training, and so on. Okay, so like let's say I want to go for how to guide. Okay, and in how to guide, or let's say I want to quickly deploy a virtual machine using Azure portal. Okay, I'll simply click on this one and quick start, create a Windows virtual machine in Azure portal. Now check this out. Everything is given in a proper sequence. Sign into this portal, which is actually portal.azure.com. Create a virtual machine, enter virtual machine in the search. Where is the search? Here on the top. Okay. Then under the services, virtual machine is there. Under the virtual machine, so and so, with step-by-step guide over how to connect, even that they have given over here. You can install web server. That's the PowerShell commandlet for you. And you can view this like this. And once it is done, you have to clean up the resource. Cleanup means you have to remove that particular resource. Otherwise, it will be charged. If you leave the VM, if you have created that 15 rupees per hour virtual machine and you leave it for 24 hours, just like that, you have to pay for 15 into 24 hours. That much amount you have to pay. Simple. This is how we learn it. Maybe sometimes it happens that people are working remotely and they do not have the proper internet access. So Jitu, what about those people? Simply in that case, you can simply go to this download PDF section and it will convert the entire, you can see the left side over here. Everything will be converted into the PDF over here. And you can download this and you can use it in your own way, how you like it. So this is the beauty of Azure. You can simply go through each and everything, each and every document on learn.microsoft.com. And from there, you can simply learn anything that you like. It is there on the portal itself. It is freely available. But the only problem is you need to give time. You need to sit, you need to read each and every document, each and every word. And if you are not a document reader, then it is going to be a difficult part for you. Overall, it is easy on. The only thing is what needs to be configured, how it needs to be configured, that should be known to you properly. Okay. Next, resource group. Now, resource group is basically a logical container which contains resources inside it. Now, one thing that you have to remember that it was not there in the ASM portal. In the old portal, resource group concept was not there on. Okay, so here in ARM portal, in the new portal, we have basically the resource group concept where multiple resources can be added at the same time and they work in a. And if you look at the diagram over here on this particular side, on this right side over here, if you notice, there are two categories. Category number one is this first one, where there is only one resource group available, which contains different types of resources in it. Okay, there is a web, virtual machine, and storage available over here. All three different types of Azure resources under one resource group. That is first type of deployment. Second type of deployment is you create one resource group and put all the web and DB related inside it. You create another resource group and put all the VM related stuff inside it. You create another resource group and put all the storage related stuff inside it. Subscription, we already spoke about it. Management group, compute services. I'll show you these practical. That's why I'm just going through it. These things I've added so that you can use it properly when you read these things. Let me show you a few things over here practically. Okay. Now, let's talk about something called as pricing calculator. This we have spoken. We have theoretically we have seen this in morning. Now the time is to deploy something. Okay. And now you are scared that, okay, I am not sure how much I will be paying by end of the month. I'm assuming that you will be having pay-as-you-go account or maybe enterprise account where your company needs to pay. So your manager asks, okay, tell me for 10 virtual machines in a certain location, how much we have to bear, how much we have to pay for it. So obviously we cannot go for let's create 10 VMs and then only we'll be able to identify that. So it's not like that. So here, let's say I need to run one virtual machine. Let's start with a one single VM only. You can see here popular, then compute. So only the compute related things will be there. Then you have networking, storage, and so on. Depending upon what you want to add, what you want to test, you need to basically deal with it. I will go with popular ones, that is virtual machine. And I'll simply add it to the estimate. And let's go with another one. Okay, let's take the storage account. Add it over there as well. Now, if I scroll down, over here, okay. Okay, I think it has taken my previous informations. Okay, I'll add one more time. Yeah. So here's my estimate. Now you can see it is only for one single virtual machine, which directly it is costing me. The default values only, it is costing me $137. If you don't like in dollars, No problem. We have the currency option to change it to INR, and that is going to cost me 11,422 rupees. Now, here, let's customize it. Okay, let us customize this particular value. What I'll do is, first of all, region. In which region you want to deploy your application. So I'll go with, let's say you can check this out. For United States, these many locations are there. For UK, these many, UAE, Sudan, and so on. Okay, I'll go with India, and let's say Central India will be closer to me. So I'll go with this one. You can take anything, not a problem. Okay, that's my location. Operating system. Now you want to go with a Linux based machine or a Windows based machine. Let's go with Windows VM. So what type of Windows VM you want? It is going to be only operating system or a BizTalk server or a SQL server. Again, I told you it is all dependent on what you want, what your requirement is. I'll simply stick to OS. Tier, it is going to be basic or standard. So I'll go with basic one. Okay. Basic will be giving you some standard configuration. If you go with the standard one, the price will be more in that case. Category. So general purpose I want over here. Instance A series I want over here. And what this instance is basically, if I click on it, these are the categories which I will be getting over here in the basic category, basic tier. So I have 0.5 GB RAM, which is going to cost me 1.49 per hour. Then I have 14 GB RAM, which is 57 rupees, 57.927 rupees per hour. Again, depends on your configuration, 8 cores and 14 GB. If I go with the standard one, let's see, there it is. I have more options available over here. So depending upon what your requirement is, let's say I want to go with this at least 7 GB RAM over here. Okay. How many VMs I want over here? I want 10 VMs and they will be running 730 hours. 730 hours is basically 1 month. So let's go with number of days. Okay. If I want to run it only for, let's say, 20 days, or let's stick to 30 days, assuming for the entire month we will be working on. Okay. So depending upon the requirement, you can change all these values over here. Now, if you check the value over here, it is actually too much. 2,211,434 rupees. 434.32. It's a big number. But hold on, it's not done yet. It is just when I'm using everything in the default mode only, default values only. If I scroll down now, check. There are reservations which are available over here. So what kind of reservation you want in that particular case? 1 year reservation, 3 year reservation. When you basically go with this particular savings plan, you will be getting heavy discounts over there. Okay, you'll be getting the discounts in this particular case. Right now, it's showing 1 year is not available for your instance. I'll do one thing for now. I will change this to something bigger. 3,70,000. Compute A6. Okay. Check this out. I have simply changed the instance series over here. Every series is used for a different purpose. There are series specifically for memory optimization, or you can say CPU optimization or storage optimization, depending upon the requirement. I have taken a random series over here because I need to explain this now. So here, whatever I have configured in that particular way, I have to pay 1,30,000 per month. Okay, that's the average cost. Now, if you go with the savings plan, 1 year saving plan, 3 year saving plan, you can see here I'm getting the straight discount over here. approx 31% or approx 55%. Let's say if you check this one, save money across select compute globally. Okay, so you are committing that, okay, here you'll be there for, let's say 1 year or 3 years. The more you go high, more discount you'll be getting over here. Then you have the reserved instances also. Okay, this instance is going to be fixed for you. I'll just go with the fixed savings plan of, let's say, monthly. Check this. Immediately what happened? Just from 1,30,000, it dropped to 89,000. Okay, I'll go with 1 year plan. From 1,30,000, it went to 17. And for 3 years, it is 89. Hold on. It's not done yet. OS. So you can see here license included. Remember, I spoke about bring your own license concept. Means you can bring your own license and you can attach it over here. So when you go for this particular approach, check. Think and see here. What happened? From 1,30,000, it immediately dropped to 33,604 rupees. This is the beauty of pricing calculator. This is how you can optimize your cost. This is how the cost cutting is done. Here I have not changed my configuration. Configuration still it is 2 vCPUs and 8 GB RAM over here. Still I am running 10 virtual machines only, but almost 1 lakh rupees discount is done over here. What else we want? This is how it is done. And if you don't go for this plan, you go for pay as you go. There it is. 1 lakh again 30,000 in pay as you go only. If you bring your own license, then it is going for 74,000. Still here we have a big difference. In the old one, in the original one, we have 130, and in your own license, we have 74. Which means I should have 10 licenses. No, which means you will have 10 virtual machines. Obviously, correct. Sorry. Yes, you should be having your 10 licenses in that case. Okay, so you have to go to each and every virtual machine and then attach those licenses. That's the beauty of Azure pricing calculator, where you configure everything and find out how much you have to pay on the monthly basis. Okay. Okay, for reserved instance, if I go for this particular approach, like I want to stick to reserved instance, which is gonna be there for at least 1 year. Here I'm getting 41% of discount. Okay, in 41, I'm getting this one. Again, if you reserved it for 3 years, then you are getting the same configuration for same 10 virtual machines for 27,881 rupees. So you have to elaborate everything. I have not managed, I have not discussed the disk over here. I have not discussed the storage. I have not discussed the bandwidth. Again, if you change the location also, this value will again go up or down. But it will give you the appropriate answer of what exactly you should be knowing or what you should be using in your environment. Once you are done with everything, once you want to save it, I have to log in. Otherwise, I can just click on this save button, or you can simply export it into the Excel sheet also. That's how basically you can find out these things and work with it. But this is for the approach where you want to, where you are already running on Azure, and then you have to RI cost will be added in the actual bill only. Means you won't be getting some separate bill. This is the RI cost, reserved instance cost, but everything you'll be getting over here. Means once you pay this amount over here, it will be reserved for 3 years in the beginning itself. Okay, so like that it was gonna work out. Now this approach, this pricing calculator approach is utilized when you are already working on cloud and then you deal with it. But what if I am running on premises environment and I need to go through, I need to work with, or I need to jump onto cloud. Let's say my management wants to go to the cloud environment from on premises. Then how it is going to work out? I cannot go for each and everything. I have virtual machine also, virtual network also, okay, databases also. I have to add each and everything and then configure everything one by one. So here in the pricing calculator, it will be bit lengthier. So what Microsoft has done, they have recently introduced something called as Azure TCO, total cost of ownership calculator. In this TCO calculator, what happens is it will give you the overall budget related comparison for your organization, where it will be comparing your on premises load and cloud load as well. Meaning, let's say I just a hypothetical situation. I'm running my environment and on yearly basis, I am investing, let's say $1 lakh or 1 lakh rupees, let's say. OK, this is my cost of data center. Now, for 1 year, if I go on cloud, how much I have to pay? It is better if you know it in the beginning itself. That is the job of the TCO calculator to give it to you. Not only for 1 year, it will also give you the projection for 5 years. But for that, you need to define the load over here. There are 3 steps for TCO, total cost of ownership calculator. Define your workload, what exactly you have on your on premises. Then adjust the assumption like electricity bill, how much electricity you are paying per unit, all those things you can manage. And then you view the report. As simple as that. Let's check this out. So I am running with server, let's say. The workload, it is going to be a Windows or a Linux server or a web app. You can simply adjust from here. Physical environment. So you are running a physical environment or a virtual machines. That also you can calculate. So I'll go with, let's say, physical environment. Operating system. It is going to be a Windows or a Linux based environment. I'll go with Windows. Operating system license. Even the license, obviously, if you are running an on-premises data center, you will be running the licensed operating system. So that's what it is, standard or data center. How many servers you have in your environment? Let's say I'll go with 10 servers. You can see the limit over here, 129999. Processors per server. How many processor per server you have? Maximum limit is 4 over here. Core per processor. That limit. Total RAM that you have. Here it is 200 GB. OK. Then optimize by how exactly you want to optimize the values. CPU based or memory based. I'll go with CPU based. Do you have any GPU? Let it be. Do you have any Windows 2008 or 8 R2 in the environment that you can simply check over here and fine. If you don't have, then no need to do this. You can simply add few more workloads over here. OK. Then if you want to add another category database, that can be done. I'll take all default values only. I'm not changing anything much. OK. So I'm taking all default values. Here it is going to be Microsoft SQL Server. If you have any other, let's say Oracle, XDA data warehouse, let's say only one is there, compute per data warehouse. So 2 to 56, uncompressed DB and so on. These all are database related terms. I am not really sure about that. Then storage related things, I'll simply go with, let's say I have blob, or let's say I'll go with NASA file share. Capacity, I'll go with, let's say 5 TB. Backup, I'll give 2 TB. Archive 2 TB. Some random values I'm giving over here. OK. Every random value I've given over here in your production environment, you have to give the real-time values basically to deal with all these things. Outbound is 10 GB. OK. Destination region is East Asia. You can select whatever you want. I'll go with, let's say, India South Central. Let's take up this one. And next. Now you can adjust the values like what exactly, how exactly you want to deal with it. Storage cost per GB, how much you are paying. IT labor cost. Remember I told you about the salaries and all. Check. Okay. Hourly rate for IT administrator, you can put that also over here. The other things like hardware cost, software cost. You can put all the software cost over here. Electricity cost. You can check each and everything. Virtualization cost and so on. Okay. In the electricity cost, you can see here powering rate, watts, everything is mentioned over here. Based on your category, you can select whatever it is, or you can change the values or whatever you have in your environment. Possibly in my state, it will be different. In your state, it might be different. Okay. So based on that, you can simply change the values. Next, wait for it. And see here, it is giving the time frame for 5 years. So over the 5 year with Azure, your estimate cost saving could be as this value. Check this out. On-premises cost, this blue line over here, and Azure cost. Over the time, you can see the difference between the two lines. I have taken all random values, what they have already given to me, but still I can see the clear difference between the two. My on-premises is going to cost me more over the time. If I scroll down, here it is giving you the on-premises 5 year calculation and on-premises Azure calculation. Even it is breaking down the entire that on-premises you will have to spend 97% on the compute, 2% on the data center, 1% on the networking, and 0% on the labor and storage, because I have not filled anything over there. Here, 91% for the compute, 0 for data, 0 for networking, 3 for storage, and 6 for IT labor over there. Still, check the value between the two. Check the difference between the two. Okay, you can check on each and every breakdown they have given over here. This is what TCO will do it for you. This is what TCO will do for you. Okay, you want to define it for 1 year, let's say. So in 1 year, this is what you will be changing. Check this out. Everything again got changed over here. You can calculate each and everything that you want. And you can see here, it is quite like I get mesmerized every time I see anything like this. But you can see the difference over here. Each and every information they have given here in a very detailed manner. This is the thing which is very much liked by all the administrators and everyone. So before break, we have seen how you can deal with your Azure compute or any of the resource that you want to find out how much it is going to cost you with the help of Azure pricing calculator and Azure TCO calculator. You should be able to find out and then understand that how much you have to pay on a regular basis. Okay, it is actually a good start to analyze, because once you join a big production environment, generally where uh, they won't be focusing too much on the pricing, on the costing part, but still it is generally it is said that you when you deploy a resource, you have to be very much careful. Okay, you have to know that what exactly is gonna be helpful for you. It shouldn't be like that. Okay, you are just going with anything and everything that you want and you deploy everything, and then later on your management will call you and then they'll start shouting at you that where exactly you are wasting this all amount. So you have to understand anything and everything that you perform inside the cloud. Next topic is the Azure Active Directory, which is now called as Microsoft Intra ID. Okay, so basically inside your simple Azure account, you have the ability to allow multiple users and groups to connect and then perform the job they want. Okay, generally this is how even the production houses work. Okay, so basically if I just take a simple example, assume that's this is an organization. Okay, inside the organization, I will be definitely having several users to perform several tasks. Okay, I'll be having several users to perform several tasks. So depending upon their ability and their access, they will have to work on it. So I want, let's say this is my user one, this is my user two, this is my user three, user four, user user five, and user six. So I have just assumed that I have 6 users available over here, and they all have different abilities, different capabilities to work over here. So now what I need to do is I need to make sure that they should be able to log in to my Azure Active Directory, in this case, Microsoft Intra ID, and then they should be able to perform anything and everything they want. For that, what we need is we need to go back to the Azure. You can see here on the left side, Azure Intra ID, and then there is a tab here called as Users tab. I click on it, and here it gives me the list of users which are currently available in my account right now. Now, these users will basically be responsible for performing several things. They are responsible for performing similar or different jobs according to your need, what you want. You can simply allocate them. Here, all the authentication and authorization of the user is gonna happen. If the user is actually allowed to do something, if he is not allowed to do something, what he can do, what he cannot do, anything and everything that you want to define will be defined here itself. Okay, you have to create the user, you have to attach a role to it, and then basically you deal with that. Okay, so I'll simply take one example rather than reading the theory part. I Instead of reading all this theoretical, I'll show you what exactly can be done with this users over here. Okay, and in that only whatever important things are there, I'll include. So here you can see new user. If I want to add single new user, or I want to add bulk new users. Bulk in the sense I want to add 2 users, 20 users, 200 users, 2000, 20,000, 2 lakh users. Is it doable? Yes, it is doable. You can simply go to the new user tab over here. Sorry, the bulk operation, and then you can see bulk create, bulk invite, and bulk delete. Bulk invite, bulk create will basically create a user with my ID. See, let me explain in this way. If there is a user called user1 joins an organization with the name as abc.com, what is going to be the user ID for this user? User1 at the rate abc.com. Am I right? In the same way, if any user joins Microsoft Active Directory, Azure Active Directory, his user ID is gonna be user 2. Okay, I'm taking another user, user 2 at the rate. Now, one thing that you have to understand, my mail ID is with which I have logged in is this one, g2.singh5591 at hotmail.com. So in that case, what will happen is the user ID that will be allotted over here is gonna be something like this. G2 Singh 5591 Hotmail dot on Microsoft.com. That is gonna be the username for my Azure Active Directory by default. Meaning your email ID, okay, whatever your email ID is, dot on Microsoft.com is the domain which will be given to you for free. Okay. Now here, what I have done on my account is I purchased a domain called g2sing.in. From GoDaddy, I purchased a domain called g2sing.in. And I have attached this domain name with my Azure Active Directory. And because of this, what Azure is now offering for me, it is user2 at the rate g2sing.in. That's gonna be my username. but I will be having this name as well and this name as well. I'll show you in a while. Just give me a minute. So when I go for new user and click on create user, username, you can see user principal name. I'll give the name as user1. And can you see here G2Sync.in? This is the reason why it is listed over here. For you guys, what will happen is you will be getting this name by default. Your mail ID dot on Microsoft.com. Okay. So because since I have attached my domain name with this particular Azure account, so I'm getting my domain credentials over here. This happens with a new user that you create. Then there is something called as, okay, let me finish this one. So here nickname, display name, let's say user1 password. I'll give my own password over here. Okay. And next properties. So I can fill all these details one by one, but it's going to take some time, so I'll ignore it. Assignment. What role you want to assign to this particular user? Now, obviously, when you're creating a user, when someone is joining an organization, his role, his or her role will be defined over there. In the same way, you can add a role or a group which might be already part of some role. Okay, you can use any of them. So I'll add a role over here. And these roles, which you can see over here, are the built-in roles which will do as they say. Like, for example, there is a role called global reader, meaning can read everything that a global administrator can, but not update anything. Meaning, if I want, if I don't trust you, and I want only that you should be able to log into my portal and then see only what is happening, not able to update or delete anything. Then in that case, I'll go with the global reader role and select like this. This role is basically called as RBAC. RBAC meaning role based access control. RBAC. So depending upon the requirement, either you attach the built-in role, built-in RBAC role with a user or a group, or you can create your custom RBAC role and then assign it to a user. Both the options are available over here. Okay. Earlier, customization of RBAC was only possible via PowerShell, but on the portal now also, you can create your own, you can customize your own RBAC role on the Azure portal and then assign it to any of the user. Okay, it can be done in both the ways. So this is the RBAC role, the global reader role, which I have given you. Next, these are the things, and then simply click on create. So here, if I refresh it, it takes some time. Let me refresh the entire web page. Check. In the last, you have a user here called user1. Okay. It took some time to basically get updated, but now it is available. The user is now created over here. Now that's the user, how you create a user over here. Then there's something called as invite external user. Okay. So I told you when you create a user will be allotted with my mail ID, or if I don't want to create an ID and I want someone from the participant list, I want them to join my domain for some time just to check how it is working. So in that case, I can send the invite. Like in Facebook, how you do it? You send the friend request, someone accepts it, then only they become your friend, and then you can look into photos and videos and so on. The same thing happens over here as well. I will generate an invite with a role assigned to it. The invitation will be sent. The receiver will accept that invitation. Once he accepts it, then only he becomes the part of my organization over here. That's how basically the regular cloud Azure cloud works out. Okay, that's how basically Azure Active Directory works. Then we have something called as MFA, multi-factor authentication. So even though if you have your own username, your password, even if I write it down over here, with the help of MFA, you will not be able to do anything because it requires the authentication. So either you should be having an MFA physical device, or you should be having Microsoft Authenticator or Duo Authenticator or Google Authenticator. There are so many in the picture. Okay. But one authenticator will be required in order to deal with it, in order to work with it. And for any or all users, you can enable the MFA for your organization. Okay. It can be for any one of the user or maybe all of the users as well. Again, depends on your sim. Conditional access is something which is basically dependent on the subscription, the Azure Active Directory license that you have. But to understand this conditional access, what I can do, like let me take a simple example. Assume there is a user called user one, and he logs in. This user logs in from a location somewhere in Bangalore. Let's say in Whitefield. Okay, you can assume any location that you like. Now, when a user logs in, what Azure does every time, it will register the location and the IP of that particular user. Where it registers, let me show you that as well. I'll go to Microsoft Intra ID. On the left hand side, we have sign in logs. Yeah, there it is. Sign in logs. If you check the last 24-hour logs over here, check this out. Morning. Okay, the time you can see here at 9:50. Actually, I logged in at 9:50 in the morning. It is, you can see here today's date, and at 3 o'clock again, it is showing something like that. You can see here it is taking my live live location, which is MP Bhopal, and you can check the IP address as well. So it has basically registered that, okay, the user has logged in. This user has logged in from this location and this IP. Now assume the same user Jitendra after 5 minutes logs in from United States. In that, in this scenario, do you think something fishy is going on? Jitu can't reach from Bhopal to US in 5 minutes. In fact, no one can reach. This is another intelligent approach of Azure, and it will identify, and then basically it will force the user to do MFA, thinking that maybe the user is compromised, and it will force the user to perform the MFA again, so that it can reassure that, okay, you are working from the current location, say proper location only. It's not someone else. Maybe someone else has got your username and password, and they might be able to log in. So that is the reason MFAs are very important. The role of conditional access is basically to identify user group membership, IP, device application, risk detection. It performs everything. And then it verifies whether the user is actually working or not. And then only it will allow the user to log in. So you need to configure the conditional access by default. You need to configure. Okay. This will ensure that, okay, if the user one logs in morning 9 o'clock, he logs in from United States, and by 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, again the user logs in from a complete different location, which is not at all possible in fraction of minutes or hours maybe, then in that case, the conditional access will not allow that particular user to log in. Okay, so here, as I told you, it will allow the access if it is verified by when the MFA will be done for it. And if it is not meeting the requirement, then it will basically block the access of that particular user. Okay, in that case, again, you have to contact your administrator to unblock your account, and then only you'll be able to log in. So this conditional access is actually quite important concept, and then only you'll be able to deal with it properly. RBAC role, I told you, it is just for the fine grain access management. what exactly you want, only that particular role will be given to the users. I want user one to have only the power to power off or or shut down my virtual machines. He shouldn't be able to open virtual networks. He shouldn't be able to configure them. He shouldn't be able to update or delete any of the other resources apart from virtual machines. These kind of RBAC roles can be created if it is not there, and then it can be allotted to individual users as per the requirement. Okay, there are nearly 150 built-in RBAC roles available by default, and it supports up to 4,000 custom RBAC rules. Azure supports up to 4,000 custom rules. Earlier it was 2,000, but now the number has gone up to 4,000 custom rules. Okay, 4,000 custom rule is a big number. Frankly, I'm telling you, it's a big number. Okay, so next is defense and depth. The type of defense that will be allotted to you is basically, this is how it is layered. Here you can see in the extreme bottom corner, you have data, application, compute, network perimeter, identity access, and physical security. So this is the overall defense in depth layers to reach your data in order to access anything. And it is not a very simple process. Okay. I'm not saying that the data cannot be hacked. I'm not at all saying that. If the machine is on, it can be hacked. Simple. Very simple definition. But here, because each and every layer is so isolated, each and every layer is so well protected, it is nearly impossible. It is still possible, but nearly it becomes very difficult, very difficult to basically crack it. At least I have never come across till date. I've never come across any news where it says that, okay, Azure data center data has been leaked out. Again, I'm saying it is not impossible. If you have those many resources, it can be done. But till date, it is not possible as of now. Okay, it's not done as of now. Then next is the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. So basically, Microsoft Defender for Cloud is just the monitoring service which will basically analyze your entire Azure environment, which checks each and everything and then generates a secure scorecard. Okay, it generates a secure scorecard. Okay, if you look at the diagram over here, you can see secure score. So it says here 54%. Here you can see in center 54%. This percentage, as we move further, as we move upward, more and more, you can say near to the 100, more secured your environment is. Lesser number, less security. Higher number, greater security. Just remember in that way. Okay, so these kind of numbers will basically allow you to deal with any of the problems or situations that you might have missed out while configuring your resources. So Microsoft Defender will find out that, and then it will simply display it on your board, on this dashboard. And not only for Azure, but it is also for your on-premises data centers as well. So if you are working in the hybrid environment, then in that case, you can also go for the on-premises data center. Cost affecting, we have already discussed these things. Pricing calculator, we already spoke about it. TCO done. Cost management. So this is how basically a simple cost management looks like. You can regularly on the monthly basis, you can generate the bill. You can create budgets. Okay, like how it happened in Geo. If you are using a Geo SIM, like once you reach 50% of your internet pack for the day, you get a message. Once you reach 70%, 75%, in the same way, you get a message notification. In the same way, you can create alerts, you can create budgets. The moment hits that particular target, it will send an email immediately so that you can take care of that particular additional access. Okay. Tags. So one of the most important concept when you talk about Azure resources. It is least discussed, but believe me, it is the most important thing. Why it is very important? Because when you talk about the billing, sometimes in billing, there might be some resources that might get missed out. Or if you want to only segregate, okay, how much monthly we are investing on our pre-production. In that case, it becomes quite difficult. So what you can do is when you are creating the resource, at that time only you can add a tag to it. Okay. 50 tags per resource can be attached. And with the help of tags, you can find out, okay, let's filter out only the tags which is equal to, let's say, pre-production. And it will give you the exact information what you need over there. So specifically for billing purpose, tags are very useful. Azure policy. So this is something which is basically gonna enforce a particular rule that you want to perform inside your organization. One of the rule I told you that, okay, none of the uh, resources should be created if the resource tag is not available. How will you enforce it actually into your environment? With the help of a policy, with the help of an Azure policy. So it will basically make sure that you are up and running with all the compliance policies according to the best interest of your organization. This is the best thing that you can have. Okay, so you have the built-in policies. You can also create your own customized policy and then attach it over here. Depending upon what your requirement is, based on that, you can go for it. Resource lock. Resource lock is something. Now, assume that this is a resource group. And inside this resource group, you have multiple resources. Okay. You have multiple resources. Now, in these resources, what do you want is, I don't want to, let's say, I don't want to delete this resource. I don't want to delete this resource accidentally, or I want to make sure that these two resources are never deleted accidentally also. Maybe this is my Active Directory. Maybe this is my ADC. Okay. This is my domain controller. This is my additional domain controller. Okay. I don't want these two resources to be deleted. No matter what happens, not even accidentally it should be deleted. In that case, what you can do is you can simply attach a resource lock over here. If I create a resource, let's say I'll create one. Okay, here's my storage. It's already there. So see here, if I try deleting it right now, it will be deleted. But if I search here, let's say for lock, here is my lock. Okay, you can see this resource has no locks. As of now, there's no lock available. Okay, I'll click on add lock. I'll give the name DND, do not delete, and resource type, it is gonna be delete. Okay, if I check the lock type as read only, that means no one will be able to update this. It becomes read only, but I don't want to delete it. So lock type is delete type. Click on add, and that's it. Now, even if you go back and simply click on the delete option over here, check this out, guys. I'll copy the name because to delete something, you need to have a name over here. Check what is written over here. I'll magnify this. That's the name of my storage. Can't be deleted because this resource or its parent has a delete lock. The lock must be removed before this resource can be deleted. That is what I'm trying to explain. I'll go back over here. Refresh. Here's my lock. I'll remove this lock. And again, I'll go back to the overview, click on delete. Okay, still it is showing. Okay, hold on. Let me refresh it. Sometime it happens. It will irritate a lot. Click on delete. There it is. Now no warning. I'll simply type the name of my storage account and simply hit on delete button, confirm delete, and you are done with it. Once you have hit the confirm button, then there's no way coming back. It's just like the bullet has left the gun. Okay, so you cannot roll it back. Now, if I refresh it, I'm still under the resource, but you can see not found. Okay, so if I go under the storage account over here, it should be empty this time. See, no storage account to display because there's nothing available now. That is the beauty of resource lock. Okay, so basically it deletes from accidental deletion or modification. You don't want a certain resource to get modified automatically or by someone else. Then in that case, we go for these locks. Then you have tools for the interaction. I already told you that we have multiple methods to connect to it. Azure Arc, basically, I told you when you have to connect with multiple uh, cloud infrastructures, then in that case, we need the Azure Arc to connect and then deal with multiple. Okay, I got a question. Can anybody from group unlock this? See, if the user that you're trying to, if your user has that particular permission, then only it will be unlocked. Otherwise, whoever created that lock will be only allowed to remove or delete that particular lock. Then what is the purpose of it, boss? Okay, so that is the main thing. Resource group, Azure Resource Manager. So we already spoke about this. I've already taken all these things, Azure Resource Manager template, ARM template. Okay, these are the templates, basically the JSON templates, which will deploy or modify your configuration. Now there are other techniques, other methods with the help of which you will be able to do that. One of the most commonly used approach, apart from ARM template, is what is that? Terraform. Okay, this also does the similar thing. Okay, but Terraform has its own extension. Okay, it works in its own .tf files. There are other files also. Okay, but it works in this particular Terraform way. And the best part of Terraform is, see, in ARM, what is happening? It is only limited till Azure. But what if my company works on Azure and AWS both? Then in that case, the ARM might not work out. So in that case, you can go for the Terraform because Terraform is something which deals with Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, VMware, on-premises, whatever you can imagine. Terraform is capable of connecting with any and every cloud and can create any resource that you want, or it can modify or it can delete anything that you want in that particular cloud. Syntax is almost similar, exactly not similar, but almost same. Okay. And it is very easy to understand as well. And also it is one of the most important concept in the DevOps environment. If you are working in the DevOps chain and then in the pipeline, you need to ensure that whenever there is a code submit, okay, or code commit, in that way Jenkins pull out the report and then basically it can create it can trigger the Terraform components, which will basically create the environment for you. So in that particular way, you can create an entire pipeline for it. So this is another component which can be used inside your DevOps as well. I'm not denying that ARM template cannot be used, but if you are working with specifically Azure DevOps, then these two can be used. But if you are working with the general DevOps, then in that case, the Terraform is going to be helpful for you. Advisor. As name says, advisor is something which basically uh, gives you the advice. Okay. Here, just 1 minute. Sorry. So here, as name says, Azure Advisor basically checks each and every scenario within your Azure environment and basically tells that what exactly is going wrong with your environment. If I go here and check for advisor, there it is. You can see second last. If I click on it. So here you can see here advisor score is 100% because there are no resources available as of now. That is the reason it is 100%. In a good production environment, if you reach this particular value, believe me, you are on the top of the world. But there will be some challenges that you have to find out, that you have to figure out. Okay. And everything will be displayed over here on. If I go for the overview, see, you can see here 5 recommendations are there, 1 impact resource. So when I click on this particular, there we go. You can see high impact and low impact, everything is there. High impact, you can see Windows Defender for Resource Manager should be enabled. Just now we spoke about the Windows Defender. Okay. And it is not available for my subscription. That's why it is giving this high prompt. If I want, I can ignore it. Okay. It's not a problem, but it is its job to show that. Next is there should be more than one owner assigned to the subscription. I am the only owner of this particular subscription. At least 2 owners because it is looking for the redundancy. Maybe because of some reason one user get logs out. Then in that case, what you'll do? Low, you can see subscription should have a contact email address for security issue. I don't have it, so simply it is a low value. These kind of recommendations will be recommended by the Azure Advisor, which is completely free of cost. Okay, so it is actually a good point to always see and find out what exactly is going on. And if you want to deploy something, if you want to implement something, click on that particular name and check. You can see here it is highly it is unhealthy resource. I'll check this and simply I'll click on fix. Or if I want to ignore it, click on exempt. Okay, and then fill these values and you are good to go with it. So these kind of messages can be suppressed if you don't want them to see every time over here. But being a good administrator, it is always recommended that you have to go to advisor to find out what exactly is not properly configured or what is not put over here, and then you deal with it. Okay. Service health, Azure Service Health. So basically, I'll show you over here. Is it? Yeah. So all the services which are available inside Azure globally are listed over here. And if anything is not going good, if any service, like for example, if your client says, OK, my web app is not working properly, can you find out? So you say, OK, where the web app is deployed, web app is basically a website. OK, so you'll ask, OK, in which data center, in which region your website is available. So you go to that particular region and see whether, let me find it out. Check in all the locations. OK, you can see here web app, static web app. OK, you can see in East US, there's a green tick. Green tick means all going good. Linux base also for container also, everything is going good over here. So then what should be your next step to find out? OK, if the application, check the application utilization, CPU, memory, all those things. So this is how you can start the troubleshooting of it. So here the service status will basically give you the details of each and every information, each and every value that you need to have. Okay, you can see here, are there any current impact in any of the regions? So you can see there are no current events. If I click on the Europe region, you can see if I click on Asia Pacific, all the services are working properly and so on. So you can find out what is going good for you, and then basically you can deal with it. That is the basic purpose of Azure Service Health. Azure Monitor. So basically Azure Monitor will help you out in monitoring your application. Most of the components inside Azure Monitor are charged. Okay. Charge in the sense that like if you go for alert, so $0.01 will be charged for one alert per month. Okay, so something like that will be charged, but it will keep on monitoring, it will keep on checking, it will keep giving you the status update of your application, of your resources, if everything is going good or something going bad or anything going anything moving up or down. So that becomes a problem sometimes. So Azure Monitor will monitor each and every uh, resource. You can create your own logbook with the help of something called as Azure Log Analytics Service. And you can fetch the information with something called as KQL language. You might have studied the SQL, which is structured query language, which fetches the data from the database. Then we have KQL. KQL is Custo Query Language, which fetches the information from Azure Log Analytics. Okay, so basically this is how the query works out. It is quite simple actually. If I give you a simple example, Azure KQL, just a simple example I wanted to give over here. Let's take this one only. So storm event, where now here what you're doing is you're counting the events. Start time, okay, for which particular state and the count. This is how the KQL language is written. Separated via pipe symbol. Okay, and here you can see between date and time. Here you can see for which particular state count, and it gives the number 28. That means there are 28 events for this particular event log. This is how basically the KQL works out and helps you in the monitoring part. Okay, so that's all from my end.